let's see. So, right, I think we're live. We've got 2 viewers already. I think that's Nick and Cookie. I honestly think that's the two viewers I'm getting through. But anyway, people, we're live. Stay with us. We're going to try and. I'm going to go onto the YouTubes and put it on my Facebook and whatnot. I'm also going to try and get Peter Jansen in. If you're watching, buddy, I can't work Google Plus because it's still very unuser friendly. Please try and get in touch with whatever. Have you got in contact with me on YouTube at all? I better just check that. But if you're listening, man, get in touch and you can come into the call. Come into the Sky Plus hangout. Do you think I'm going to get done for copyright for saying Sky Plus too much?
I don't know. I think they'll probably enjoy they'll enjoy the advert, won't they?
I think I might get
free advertising.
I think at some point I might get a free Sky Plus box through the door.
You might get a clip around here when I get to Glasgow at New Year if you keep saying it. a Kip's clips round there.
Oh Jesus! Since we went live, our viewers dropped off. Is that who's away, Nick or Cookie? Wait, I can't even find this on my YouTube.
I'm just.
No, I can't find Kip's clips, as in your backup channel, even.
I'll get it right now, my friend, and post you the link.
Can you post it in Skype?
the good one.
I can work that. Yeah, I can work that.
That's not a problem. That's the link there for the channel, and obviously at the top of the channel I can see us broadcasting live.
Yeah, it's just so I can have a look at the chat room and make sure if anybody asks any questions I can just have to mute it up.
Oh, I can see 2 people in the comment section already. Mr. Fanboy and Ems are in the comments. I've got that up now. So there's our 2 viewers.
Oh,
good to have these with us. Any questions, get them battered in just now because we're obviously going to be so popular we might not be able to get back to you.
Yeah, feel absolutely free to ask any questions, Mr. Fanboy. However,
I think I can share
got to have my Illuminati glasses on.
Yeah, man, they'll see your lizard eyes. They'll definitely see your lizard eyes, my friends. My friend. Hopefully we will be talking later about the... I've got the trippiest shit there. I'm watching you on YouTube, Nick, right? And then I'm skipping over to Google Plus, and you've just got the glasses on. It's like, whoa! Jesus, mate, they make you look like that fucking black rapper, mate. See if we blacked you up, you would look like that. Oh, what's his name?
Who's that then, JZ?
No, I know JZ, man. Obviously one of the rappers with a baldy head, but is with those glasses.
These were borrowed from a very good friend of mine tonight. You probably can't make it out on Google Plus or on YouTube, but they actually say "rich" in the glass as a bit of a ironic joke.
In fact, right, well, I was expecting a busier house as we started off, so since there's only the 3 of us, and I notice we have now got 7 viewers, so we officially do have an audience. Right, fantastic. So, well, we've got the chance, Why don't and Cookie?
Hello. Sorry, I was distracted trying to find the feed.
That's okay, mate. What was going to say is, I've got a cookie bell here, and it means that we need to pass the burden of talking over to somebody else.
Good choice.
Is it fair? It's like, a bit like the talking stick. It's the bell I broke the other day in one of my clips when I was like, "Is the alarm bell going off?" And my bell actually broke. It was a pain in the arse, but I've fixed it.
So it's even more appropriate because he's got a broken clapper.
Well, you can like if you're looking for subliminal messages, mate. If you want to read shit,
It's red.
No, it's red, and can you read what it says on it?
No, the video's not clear enough.
It says "ring for sex, my friend."
Does it? Oh well,
Yeah.
You might be waiting a while. What are you going to do now if the GIMP comes in?
Oh, the info gimp's up in Aberdeen. I'm okay. I'm in safe. He's on the lead, but he's up in Aberdeen. But anyways, I don't know. I don't think we'll need to use it, but it was just fair.
Yeah, fair enough, right?
I think the talking stick, which can obviously be elaborated on, has a position in moving forward, because nobody can talk without the talking stick.
So who's got the talking stick then?
Oh well, at the moment the talking stick doesn't exist. I think at the moment the talking alarm bell just goes off when. I mean, we need to get like a bat signal where anybody can throw up at some point. If, for instance, I'm shouting incoherently, or Nick saying offensive things that might get me thrown off air, that we were talking about earlier on. Oh.
Yeah, I suppose we ought to get that pretty straight before we start, really.
Or let me finish what I was going to say. Or Cookie starts giving us the history of history, which is brilliant, but it takes a lot of time. So, condensed snip. Oh, Nick, you're back.
I was trying to read Mr. Fanboy's question at the moment. What's the big conspiracy around Russell Brand? I genuinely think he's a nice guy and wants peace like the rest of us. I think he sees the Illuminati for what they are as well. Where do you want to start, guys?
Right, who's got the talking stick?
Well, I don't think it's a good idea for me to have it in my hand at the moment.
Right, I'll take it over and be diplomatic at the beginning. Well, Mr. Fanboy, I understand where you're coming from, and he's saying a lot of good things. But if you analyse what he's saying, he's the first thing you can pull apart. And if people are, and if you're to take him seriously, the words that he's saying seriously, redistribution of wealth, that means that the people at the moment that have got these big piles of gold and all these trinkets and shiny bits of things, with all the guns, with all the bullets, with all the big Darth Vader costume motherfuckers to protect that stuff, that means you're going to have to go and take that off them. I don't think they're going to give it up without a fight. That means that people are going to end up with bullets in their head and beaten. And I say, just treat them like leopards. I just say accept it. Well, shiny things look good, yeah, but I'll shine up a turds rather than fucking buy gold off the elite. And Russell Brand is either very ill informed what he's saying. Well, in fact, let's just say the biggest turd in the bowl. He said it in the BBC.
And if the BBC are pushing it, then well,
you got to trust it. Right, Cookie, why don't you batter in me? You're always a really in-depth thinker, and I've heard. Yeah, up.
I'm just being facetious about it now. But whatever, yeah. That was the main thing that stuck for me. as I said in the rant I uploaded the other night, fair enough. Brand is brand. He is who he is. Yes, we can go into a lot of more investigation in depth into him himself and the stuff he's talking about and whatever. But this is being presented to you by the BBC. That should set alarm bells off for people straight away.
Indeed, it should.
That's the why I uploaded that little video with just the Frank Zappa tune over it on the slide. Mainly to just, say to people, look, whoa, hang on a second, what are you doing? This is the BBC. Yeah, all the stuff that we can say about the BBC, and yet all of a sudden, because it's this one personality who says something that you like, everything that you've previously said or thought about the BBC gets thrown out the window, and now you're all for it, and it's great. Well, what the hell's going on there?
Well, Nick, why don't you give us your diplomatic thoughts?
Well, I'm not sure it'll be too diplomatic, but just the fact that the guy's pushing for a socialist revolution, it seems to me like it's out of the frying pan into the fire. I mean, socialism for me, I don't know if anybody else agrees, and you might not, but socialism for me is just diet communism. And there's always going to be a hierarchy. If you, the whole point of revolution is that you smash the hierarchy, that you bring the hierarchy down to the level that everybody else is at, and everybody has equality. So I don't know. For me, that's what kind of cut it for me. I think it's the Pied Piper leading you down a road that you shouldn't be going down, but who am I to tell anybody which road to go down?
Well, I think a good analogy, man, and I don't know whether I've struck on something here, man, but it's a really good food for thought, and it's the analogy of me specifically, right, but the two revolutions that I know most about are the French and the American, because they're Masonic and they're, I don't know, they're up there in the interest field that I've grew up in. But the little I would subscribe to know about those revolutions, they were Masonic in essence. The people were sold a popular revolution. Me and Cookie touched on this earlier on, and it's a good road to go round. It's a good conversational route. And it was like the public were fed up all this. And I'm saying, back in the American Revolution and the French Revolution, there would have been a Russell Brand in America. There would have been a Russell Brand in France standing up there and going, flibbly flubberdy flubberdoodloo, and using all these fancy words and trying to... And I like to say this, I don't have a problem with people having a big vocabulary. I think it's to be admired. But do you not see the Jedi mind tricks of that guy's big vocabulary? He uses look where he puts in the big words that a lot of people, me included, do not understand, and you're sitting there and you're like trying to fucking wonder what the guy's saying rather than actually what he's. You're more interested in the words that he's saying than the context, because I know that I need to hit a thesaurus every time I listen to that dude, man. The stupid words that he throws in. Now, I don't. Maybe is that me thinking too deep and thinking that's some sort of technique to get people off a?
Yeah, it is. It's academic jargon, and it's commonly used to distract you in exactly that way. You should not think about these subjects because you don't even understand the words I'm using. Therefore,
I'm better than you because I know. I'm better than you because I know words that you don't, kind of thing, Cookie.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that aspect to it as well. But I'm just laying out an example here, so I'm not presuming on Brand himself he's actually an agent or one thing or the other. I'm just using it as an example. In that respect, you'll often get this from those kind of experts that are always consulted by the kind of politicised talking programs such as Newsnight. They'll have this expert in who will just reel off a stream of jargon at you or talk about concepts using a lot of jargon such that they make you feel like the concept is way out of your reach. As I say, you can't think about this, you're too dumb to think about this, therefore you just have to accept the authority figures' point of view that they're giving to you. You have to submit to authority. That's why it's understanding. Yeah. Go on.
Well, I mean, I think that do revolutions need leaders?
No.
And I think what you're alluding to there is like that. You know, that's the kind of thing. People will follow him because of that jargon, you know. And for me, I don't think we've spoken about it before, Cookie. You know, and I'm sure you and I have, Kip, as well, about revolutions. And there's never been a successful one because we find ourselves in the position that we're in now. And all revolutions, or the revolution in its peaks, because I believe that the revolution is just one thing, and it has peaks and troughs, you know. They get battered down, and then and the hierarchy remains where it is.
This revolution you're talking about, Nick, when do you think it started? If you think it's like one big one, when do you think it started?
From when hierarchy started, you know,
the pharaohs.
As far as I'm concerned, there's always going to be people that are downtrodden that are going to want to sort of displace the hierarchy because the hierarchy are greedy, and they're always greedy. That's why they are where they are. Now, for me, I don't think a revolution needs leaders. I think when it's right and the proper time is now, for me, I think the revolution will be everybody just going towards the same thing, which is trying to get equality and make sure that not one person's left behind.
Nick, you just repeated what Russell Brand said. Everybody should now kneel down and worship you, my friend. You are now the Messiah of the revolution. Do you know what I mean? This is the hypocrisy of it. Russell Brand has said nothing that Nick, Cookie, myself, or like in bits and bobs have not been saying for Cookie, God knows how many years, man. Look at the guy, he's fucking 350 years old. I hope you take that in the good jest that it's meant, Cookie, man.
Yes, but, I am. I'm an old soul.
Well, mate, you're a fucking very wise. You're as wise as you look, man. I mean, there's no fucking false advertising.
Please allow for the fact that as we grow, we adopt archetypes and we grow ourselves into those archetypes, whether consciously or subconsciously. You've often mentioned the fact, and a lot of people do, they mention the fact, you look like Gandalf. And it's like, yeah, okay, I do. But that's what that archetype represents. Even though I am not, and I've said this multiple times, I'm not a hermeticist, but I represent the archetype.
Can I ask you what that means? I don't know what
that you follow the hermetic traditions, you utilise hermetic principles in your life and how you approach life, stuff like that. I do in some aspects, but then for me, it's a matter of looking at all this stuff, not taking anything straight away at face value, not being spoon-fed. Investigate it for yourself, and if you find things that are of value to you and make your life better and make the world better around you, then you utilise them, no matter what ism they come into. That was something else I wanted to note, part of the reason why I held my hand up. I know a lot of people have focused on the fact that Brand used that terminology, socialism, and it's like, yeah, fair enough. Even he himself, in his little diatribe, says, I am not an expert on this, other people know a lot more than me. You know, that's a fair caveat that he injects there, which most people miss or just ignore. Socialism is just another ism box. Why are we getting fixated on the fact that he says this? Yes, if he is implying that that's what he wants to happen, then no, I don't agree with it, because it doesn't work. It is just another brutal hierarchical authority enabled by force.
That's right,
so
brother.
In that sense, yeah, exactly. Don't get drawn into that ism box. If there are parts of what they like to call socialism that works, such as that helping everybody be on an equal playing field, making sure that people who need it are cared for and looked after and stuff like that, which arguably I feel would happen in a caring society, you wouldn't have to force people to do it, then they can call that socialism if they want, but to me it's not. It's just common sense, healthy living.
Well, I think you hit the nail
in a tribal.
I think you
just
hit the
to
nail.
Finish off it, in a tribal community, it happens naturally. Yeah, they don't need a book to say you are utilising socialism within your tribe. They just get on with it.
Well, see, you actually hitting on the word tribe there, Cookie. Ages ago, I think it was even Nick that weirdly enough, man, I can't even remember what came across my path that made me think about it, and it was. I'll tell you what it was. I think it was that dude who's very controversial. That 108 Morris dude, right? And he's talking about how it appears, or it could be conceived, that if you strip away money and stuff, it could be perceived that the drone strikes and the war that's happening just now tends to be happening within the tribal regions. And what is missing in the tribal regions is the worship of money. The areas that tend to be getting bombed the shit out just now with the excuse of terrorism, especially in Pakistan, because I know very little about the internal politics of Pakistan, but the little I do know, you tend to have the fucking American-owned government, which is corrupt as fuck. Out with that government, you have the fucking tribes, which are the ones that America have free for all to bomb the shit out of, but the tribes have a lot of pull because they're big spiritual, they're big in the spiritual sense, and the Americas, and it seems to be the worldwide, and you could say this like globally, as in a sense, the people that are getting the shit bombed out of them tend to be the people who do not worship money, they worship God. And that even, like, you could draw a parallel with what I was saying about the French Revolution, in the way that it was sold as a good revolution because people were sick of the monarchy. And like, when people were sold the French Revolution, you could have been sold a revolution easily, because what they had was God on top with the monarchy underneath, manipulating the word of God to take the piss out of the people. They get sold that we'll take that away and give you a better system, but the system that got put in place took God away, put the corporations on top, fucking making money the primeral objective.
Fuck, it always has been.
I mean, what you've got to remember is, that most of the countries that are having the shit bombed out at the moment, as well, by the American stroke, Anglo stroke, Israeli empire building, the most Muslim countries, and Muslims are big on not having usury, and the whole empire is trying to promote and enforce, or force onto, should I say, usury, by putting their banks in place, by putting their regimes in place, because usury is a big thing on how they keep people enslaved and indebted, to them.
As Osborne not came out, and I've not looked into this, I've only heard the headlines, but Osborne came out and mentioned some sort of Islamic-friendly banking system going through London. I don't know whether you used to have heard that. It's definitely in the headlines, right, but I've not dug too deep in it, but it was literally, as you're saying, Islam has a different relationship when it comes to banking, when it comes to usury, but as you know, when lawyers and bankers get involved, the jiggery-pokery and the legalese, and this is what Osborne's been offering up, and I'm not even joking, they have been offering up Islamic-friendly banking facilities, and one of the sensationalist headlines that I read was, what was it? Osborne plans to turn City of London into Islamic banking capital of the world, but that was a sensationalist headline.
So it sounds more like what they're trying to set up is the kind of NGO beachhead into what you're talking about, like that Islamic territories, or the areas that are more governed by the Islamic faith and attitudes, in not having usury and fractional reserve banking. It's another cover story to make it sound like we're spreading democracy and democracy is good for everybody. So they're placating the public, saying, look, we are being nice, we even set up an Islamist-friendly bank. We must be nice, our version's the best, isn't it? It sounds like that to me. Could also be a bit of a political play, in the same way that they've been buddying up with China more recently. So they're hedging their bets on the global economic stage because they know the Americanized debt system is collapsing rapidly. We're heading rapidly towards another housing bubble, which they've deliberately enabled and inflated. And the next time this collapses, it's going to be a lot worse. So they're hedging their bets in that sense, I think.
Can I say something as well? Like, do you know how the way sometimes things are very plainly hidden, things are hidden in plain sight, and even in the words that we used, and we always use the housing bubble, deliberately inflated. Now, maybe this is a good analogy to like maybe drill it home with people, but a balloon doesn't pop without people blowing into it. And the people that are blown into it know that motherfucker's going to pop. Do you know what I mean? Like, everybody's blown up a balloon till it pops, right? You know that thing's going to pop. So, it's an accident, it's economics.
It's like playing a game of pass the parcel with that balloon. And you're all sitting there and you each take your turn to blow a bit more into it. And you never know whether you're going to be the one that it explodes in your face. That's the game they're playing. It is a Ponzi game, and people joining in with it are fooling themselves. They're taking a risk, they're throwing the dice, and they could get severely hit by that whole system collapsing.
It's unbelievable how people still actually... it's unbelievable how people don't understand the concept of where money comes from. I mean, like... I'm just such a proponent. I'm not a proponent of government, right? But I'm a proponent of this idea that could solve the money problem tomorrow, and it would be maybe not the Bradbury pound, but even better than the Bradbury pound. It would be the government printing money for the commerce of the UK and loaning it to businesses, not corporations, businesses, at no interest. And boom, there you go. You've solved it. It won't happen because, it won't happen because they're bringing about the globalization of everything.
It wouldn't happen because the bankers own the government.
That would be like the magician giving you his toolkit. It ain't going to happen, mate. They need that toolkit to keep printing their own wealth, so they ain't going to hand it over to you or the people or anything like that. No way.
But do you think that? Do you think there is a possibility for instance, a Joe Bloggs to run on a manifesto of the government printing money for businesses in the UK at no interest, so on and so forth? Like, I know every single one. Like, it's not as if all of us are conspiratorial or anything, but like, do you think any of us can see any reasons why that would never happen?
Loads of reasons. That, just like I mentioned, it's never going to happen.
Well, I think that sounds defeatist, Cookie, but like I'm with you. It's never going to happen because I would rather scrap the whole fucking idea of that shit and start again.
It's not defeat. I don't feel it's defeatist. All I'm doing is stating the obvious, that they will not give up what gives them power.
Sorry, mate. I didn't mean that like you do. I was saying that half jokingly because you're spot on the money.
If people, on the whole, turned round and said to those people who produce all this wealth, we don't want it anymore, we're going to use bottle tops to represent money, and we're going to carry on going about our business amongst ourselves, and you ain't going to have no part in it, then yeah, it could happen in that sense. People just build a new system naturally. You know, this has been tried again and again. Another example, Gaddafi. Yeah, that's just one example. Whenever you try to replace the chips in the casino owners will get very annoyed with you. It's as simple as that. Yeah.
Well, I've had this sort of thought pattern with Nick, because Nick says Nick is an anarchist, and I've said, well, I am an anarchist, but I hate to pigeonhole myself, and I always believe that there would never truly be anarchy, because I don't believe in government, but that doesn't mean I believe in anarchy. I believe that human beings will assemble some form of law and order. I hate to use those words because they've been hijacked in a criminal way.
Anarchy, and be careful not to confuse anarchy with chaos. This has been part of the programming for very many years. It still is.
I'm not
the programming.
Yeah.
Right? And when you get past that delusion, and if you look into and read about anarchism for yourself as a philosophical idea, anarchy does not mean no rules. It just means no rulers. So if you can, by your own conscious choice, adapt rules that enable you and the society you live in to all have good lives, then you're following a rule without an outside authority enforcing it upon you. You are choosing to follow it. And that's the ultimate authority that comes through you, direct from the everything. That is true anarchism. You know, that would be the utopian ideal that an anarchist would attempt, I think, more than likely would want to work towards. If we had a caring society where we're all looking out for each other and caring for each other, I know it sounds cliched and airy-fairy, but that is the revolution of consciousness that needs to happen, evolution of consciousness. Yeah, we don't need to go round and repeat the same fucking process that we've done however many times before and look at where we are now. Now it's a global effect, folks. It's no longer just in one country like France or America or Russia. Now it's global. And you're at the choice point where you need to decide, am I going to go along with this? Am I going to just put my head down and do as they're telling me to? Because if you do,
I'm going to interject.
That's what it's going to be.
I'm going to interject and just say I'm going to quickly, weirdly enough, I'm going to quickly touch on the chat room because I don't do it enough, man, and I think the interaction bit of this, if we get it up and going, should be good. So, are you looking at the chat room with me, guys?
I can't see the channel at the moment.
Oh, right, well.
Share us a link for the channel.
No worries, man.
I think I might be looking at your other original channel.
Cookie, I'll use the good one, Skype. I'll send you the link through Skype, buddy.
Just while you're doing that as well, guys, I'm mindful of the fact that these poor people that are listening and watching are only getting my ugly mug. It doesn't seem to be. I don't know if anybody can confirm this in the chat room, but.
Right, do you know what that's my doing then? I think I should be able to change that. I think that should be changed now. Now that you've said that, Nick, do you know what it was earlier on? It's when I was looking at you with your lovely sunglasses, my friend. I clicked on your picture down the bottom, so I think it seems the camera was liking you, mate. That's why we're getting so little viewers, man.
I scared them all off.
If your count's just going through the roof, you've switched the camera.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Who says advertising doesn't work? Yeah. Colgate.
Just going back, before you go into the chat room there, just going back on what Cookie was saying there as well. In my experience, through my life, I've always found that the most pleasant situations to be in have always been when unwritten agreements have been achieved and everybody agrees that it's the best way of going about things without having anything enforced upon them. I don't know what you guys think about that.
That sounds like a flibbla flobbla socialist and flibbla flobbla utopian system.
Well, without a hierarchy though, you know?
No, that sounds like a good night in ecstasy to me, mate.
Not wrong with that.
But this is the absolute fucking joke of it all, isn't it? I mean, like, all of us can sit down in a room and come to a very fucking consensus agreement on what is right or wrong, but then you need lawyers, and then you need government, and then you need all these morons to manipulate fucking the written word to just cloud it when it's easy as right or wrong. I mean, and it's not as if every situation's black or white, so that's why you don't have anything written down on paper. That's why you have, like, I don't know, I hate to use these words that have already been hijacked, but like a general council, a general gathering of people from the area to come together, right, well, this guy's a good guy, wank, and then the wank, you go, right, well, what should he have as a punishment? And then the collective come together, right, well, this area of the country says he deserves 10 lashes. This area of the country says he deserves 10 ginger bottles over the head. And then then in time you hope that general good ideas spread, because I don't know about you guys. I think one of the things, and I have been slagged off for putting Freeman in a fucking pedestal, but that guy taught to me that fucking humanity's good. See, when you strip all away all the bullshit, man, even the Satanists, the man that go, I worship Satan and all that, go and speak to them, man. And I'm not talking about the people, George Bushish and all that, I'm talking about the ones who do it as a fashion. I don't know if you know the people I'm talking about. Well, I'm into Satan for a fashion, but you go and speak to them, and they're generally good people. And I think
they're just a bit deluded.
They've just at one point we've took a fork, they've took a fork, and this is another thing. Even going on to what I said earlier on in one of my videos, tolerate fucking everything but violence. Who the fuck are you to say another person is wrong for believing in whatever? Just there's a few things that we can all agree in that is deep down wrong. Fucking violence, right? And like then
cause no harm or loss.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. It's the core of common law. Cause no harm or loss.
Treat others how you expect to be treated.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that you don't need some sort of a body there enforcing that, because I don't know about yous. I'm a human being. If somebody does me wrong, I'm wanting to go up and give them a slap. I'm not wanting to murder anybody. I'm not wanting to really, like do you know what I mean? Like abnormally change lives or anything, but I'm a human being. If somebody was to rob my mom's purse or something, I'd quite happily like to punch that guy in the face. I mean, does that make me deeply wrong or whatever?
A couple of things, and I also want to note that we have drifted quite away from the original brand thing, and I can see the channel. We ought to go back to that and address the questions and stuff. But from what you're saying, you're sort of representing a lot of what is tribal community society and how it functions. And it's great in a limited capacity in the sense of the number of people it can cope with. So in that kind of environment, the kind of justice you're talking about is easily upheld and enforced because you know these people directly. It's happened directly to you and the people around you. So it's easier to sort of refer to in that kind of fashion. But when you try to apply this across the size of the societies we have now, you can't rely on the word of mouth from one to another because you've got that Chinese whispers problem. You've also got the problem that at some point along the chain, some psychopathic mindset is going to go, oh, hang on a minute, I can step in between here and I can profit out of this for myself. And they will manipulate the process from that point forward.
Well, Cookie, I would argue I would need to step in and say that I would argue that's the lack of faith in man. I've got more faith in the human being kind to be able to spot that prick for a mile coming off, and the communities together going, well, hold on a sec. This guy's got green hair and he's coming in here and preach. Yeah, do you know? I'm using these stupid analogies, but you know what I mean. I would assume the collective, a tribe, would be able to see somebody coming in from the outside with different ideas, and whether that would be there to sample what that tribe has to offer, but whether it was there to poison what that tribe had going for it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think you've also got to. Sorry, mate, go on.
Well,
I think you
one at a time. You are sort of talking about that utopian ideal again. So yes, if we had a society full of people who were aware and educated and informed and thinking, then you could have that kind of interaction. And you could have confidence that that kind of interaction would continue. But at the moment, we're dealing with the situation as is. So that is, for me, that's always been one of the big core of this kind of stuff, is to help people see through all that bullshit where people have interjected themselves and they take away your authority from you and put their own authority onto you. Sorry, go on.
Slightly out of context, I suppose now, but I don't think that. I think there's a lot to be said about the difference between like somebody leading the way and then somebody enforcing something, you know? Because you know, naturally, like in tribal situations, there are always going to be those who people look up to as leaders, so long as they're not enforcing their rules on somebody without them, you know, having a say in the matter. I don't think there's anything wrong with that myself, you know.
You mean that there's always got to be somebody that... well,
no, not always got to be. No, not at all. I'm just saying that it's naturally that human beings do look towards other people who are maybe wiser and more experienced in life, and try and help, and those people try and help the other people come along and see how to go on, you know.
I want to jump in here with something, because this is something that I've thought about before, man, and I've never had the opportunity to voice it. But it's my slave trade used to be call centres. I used to be a telesales guy, so I went through a lot of corporate training. It trained me how to part people with their money, and along that process, I would say that I've only ever been rejected for 2 interviews, and I've been for a lot of interviews in my time. And one of the most important things when you go to an interview, when you're trying to go for a sales job, is being assertive. Now, what you're talking about there, Nick, I experienced it down in Bilderberg. It's a very good example, because I was around I was in a group of very similar-minded people. We were all really kind-hearted, wanted love and peace and stuff, and we're all sitting round. And it's like, I've used this before and I've murdered it, and the details will be different, but the message remains the same. We're all trying to make a decision of whether to turn left or right or go this way. And everybody's too polite to each other. And it's not too polite, but everybody's dead polite, so it's like, hey man, I think your view of turning left is equally as valid as my view of turning right. Does that make... I don't know whether this makes sense to people, but everybody's loving people. And that's all great, man. It's brilliant. I love that stuff. But then it just takes somebody to have to go, right, well, great, man, but let's turn right. Do you know what I mean? And is that being assertive? Is it being is that being a leader? Is that taking control, or is it just like, right, well, because and I'm asking the question. I certainly don't have the answer. I'm asking the question because, like, it's a very interesting situation that I've been in myself, and it's posed the question to me since I've been in that situation, and it's kind of interesting because it's led me down the path. You know how you get those morons, and I might even stand corrected in saying this, but the morons are perceived, in my opinion, perceived morons that are in the top brass of the military and the top of the elite and the aristocracy, and they say that, well, it's warranted. We need to spy on you because they're doing it. We need big planes because they've got it. We need to blow these cunts up because they would blow... That kind of philosophy. So, does that drivel make any sense?
Yes. Nick wanted to say it was that pregnant pause effect, which, yeah, I thought Nick was going to say something. Go.
I was just listening to Kip, to be honest. Maybe, you know, the let's turn right thing could be, why don't we turn right? Or if you want to turn right, let's turn right. If you want to turn left, let's turn left. You go left, you go right. You go forward, you go backwards, you go down. It doesn't really matter. You know what I mean?
Well, here's a good question. You guys have been with feet on the ground, man. A lot more positions, a lot more experience than me. What the scenario I just explained here? Have you both experienced that?
Yeah. Well,
in the sense that everybody's too kind to each other, and is that an oxymoron, too kind to each other? But does it make sense? And everybody's been so love and peace that nobody can go, right, well, that's the quickest way to the sweetie shop.
I think it's just a little bit of misconception that you are assuming that somebody else will get angry with you or has to get angry with you to tell you you're wrong. It doesn't require anger to do that. It doesn't require ridicule. It doesn't require force. You don't need to impose your point of view onto everybody else. If you just say to them, no, sorry, I disagree with you. I think you're wrong going that direction. I think we should go this direction. And in reference to your question of that situation, it's up to all the people around him. If somebody's there saying, I think we should go left, and all the people around him go, oh, yes, okay, then, that means they have either agreed with him and want to go along, or they give up their authority to him to make the decision for them. So it's their choice to do that. But the problem is in the situation we're in this current system, paradigm, society, people are indoctrinated to automatically assume that their authority has been given up. So you're taught to obey authority figures, stuff like that.
Cookie, I can't take you seriously anymore. You've got your sunglasses off, man.
Oh, it's tough. You'll have to look at the eye.
I'm finding it very, very difficult to read the chat room with these. They're gonna have to be lost, I'm afraid.
Guys, I'm going to leave you in quick control because I'm going to have to go and turn my cooker off. I'm going to have to go for a pee, basically, right? So
you're burning the cake.
Yeah,
you can't burn the cake.
I'm going to have to drain this. I'm going to have to go and drain the snake, not burning the cake.
Okay.
Drain the snake. Bleed the lizard, lad. You go bleed the lizard.
Well, can I sort of respond to the one question about going back to brand? Because in a way, what we've just been talking about connects back round. Because you're talking about that authority figure effect, the cult of personality effect in reference to Brand himself and that situation. But again, it's somebody is saying this to you. Do you agree with them? Do you want to follow along with the direction they're deciding to go? So and I say they in regards to the system, the powers that think they are, and all those kind of labels. They know that cults of personality, celebrity figures work very well on the massive public. So if they get a figure like that to say this kind of stuff, they know people will climb on board the brand wagon and go along with whatever he says. It is not as black and white as that. Obviously it's a spectrum of people deciding whether they do or do not agree with him and blah blah blah. But the point is that cult of personality figure being used to potentially lead people in one direction or another. So whether he is or is not a COINTEL agent, MK Ultra, secret lizard or whatever, to me that doesn't matter. It's a look at the situation of how this thing was presented to you. That was where I started to draw problems with it, because of the way it's presented and who it is presenting it to you.
Yeah, exactly. For me, definitely a big issue is the fact that it was the platform that it was on. Just a quick one for a big shout out to Nick in the chat room. Hi mate, how are you doing? Also, Ratio Perfect, Tube and Shaft. Not sure who you guys are, but I tell you what, welcome. It's nice to see you. Tube and Shaft has actually put in, Craig, you should get Russell B on your radio show. The thing is about Russell B, I don't think Russell B would be interested in going on a radio show that doesn't have the platform that his paymasters would like him to go on.
He's going to be rather busy.
He probably got paid quite a lot of money for... Sorry, go on, mate.
He's going to be quite busy at the moment as well as the guest editor of the New Statesman. So, he's going to have quite a lot on his plate, I think, punting out the various memes that they want to push.
Yeah. So he's the guest editor of the New Statesman now, is he?
Yeah.
Does anybody know what the New Statesman is? I have no idea.
It's a
Is
magazine.
it a political magazine,
yeah,
is it?
it's a political magazine that has very sort of left leanings. From listening to other people, I haven't looked further into this for myself, but listening to other people, it was originally set up by people that were involved in or intertwined with the Fabian Society. So
Right.
it has that kind of political atmosphere around it, which again, to me, all adds to the context of the fact that this whole situation, the interview and everything else, just smells. It smells profusely of programming and steering. It's opinion crafting. Yeah. And at the same time, I definitely agree with Thomas Sheridan's point that this has created a massive divisive effect of the so-called truth movement, right? And what we're talking about here is a upswell of social energy that people want change. They're looking for change. You know, we can talk about classic cliche of that, but that's what's going on. And that is usually when they step in with a co-opting cult of personality figure to encapsulate that energy and start steering it away and diffusing it into harmless effects so that it doesn't affect the system.
Yeah.
All of this stuff combined, all of the context around this, is like, even though, you know, the guy himself, whoever it happens to be, in this incarnation, it's Russell Brand, but whatever figure it is that they get to stand up there, will say all the kind of things you want to hear. Just remember blah blah's speech before the election. Yes, we can. We will have change. It's the same shit, people. It's a fucking magician stood up on the stage in front of you, going, "This way, everyone. This way. I know what's right." And even if what he's saying,
using the NLP and the lot, like, yeah.
The thing is,
even if a large part of what he's saying is good, look at everything that he's saying and look at the context of how it's being put in front of you. This is most definitely being planted.
I don't even think it's that, right? I think it's even, see if somebody stood up there and 100% of what they said rung true. It doesn't mean trust them. I mean, like Hitler, charismatic, good speaker, went against the grain, talked about socialism. Fucking Russell Brand, man. I'm not saying Russell Brand's the new Hitler, right, by the way, but he is. But I'm saying...
good.
No, here, mental note to yourself, fucking name a next video. Russell Brand's the new Hitler. No, but think about it, man. That's fucking bells and whistles, looks good. Times Magazine Man of the Year and shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. See, it's what I was ranting about the other day. He suits a certain demographic perfectly. And that demographic is primarily middle class, but it also verges into the working class. This is why he's been so perfect for them, because he came from a working class background, near enough.
Exactly what you're saying.
So many.
I've heard people saying, "Oh, he can be trusted. He used to stay around my way. He's sort of a one of us and stuff." And I think precisely, I don't think that this guy was born and bred a fucking lizard, but I think that fucking at some point they might have went, "Well, hold on, his demographic, his X, Y, and Z in a previous, not in a previous life, but do you know how his lifestyle and whatnot ticked all the boxes to be able to be sold to the masses at a later date. So he could have been intercepted, to use the American word, at fucking some point."
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's true to say that quite often people really do have to sell their soul to the paymasters to become successful and get the airplay that's required to become as successful and as popular as what Russell Brand has become. Well, you know, so I don't for 1 minute believe that Russell Brand believes a word that he said in the Paxman.
Nick, do we not witness it in a very smaller scale to a certain extent, even in in my perception, the small circles that I move in, I've witnessed that people's oh, I'm for the truth, freedom of speech and stuff, and people are scared to say X, Y, and Z in case they upset people about certain people and stuff. Whereas it should all be about questioning, full stop. And I've seen people fall. I've seen, and I said that, I think I said it to you earlier on, Nick. I've seen real relationships, real friendships break down over somebody's relationship with a radio personality.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's scary.
It's mad, isn't it? Yeah, because I mean they don't even know these people. It's like a similar thing. You remember the musician Kurt Cobain, man? When he died, man, people were inconsolable. Is it inconsolable?
Inconsolable.
You know,
Inconsolable, I think.
Inconsolable, man. They just, you know, they'd never even met him before. You know, all they'd done is heard his music. I mean, I was pissed off because there were going to be no more music, you know? Because I quite liked him. There were going to be no more music coming from his direction. But to go out and start beating your chest like, you know what I mean? Oh, I can't believe it, Cobain's dead.
Well, Nick,
now, man. Yeah,
Nick, I want to point out your consistency, man, with that clip when you were just like pointing out the bullshit of the fucking worship of the fucking the royal baby when it happened at the time, and the fact that, like, well, good, there's another human being on the planet, but why single that out for worship more than any other?
Yeah, think of the 300,000 that have been born across the planet at the same moment, near enough.
Who will probably...
Roughly the average statistic is 300,000+ children are born across the planet every day. So, you know, what's so special about this one? The only thing that's special is his so-called bloodline, his heritage, and the way these people will deliberately mess his life up and turn him into another monster just like them.
Well,
one thing I wanted to sort of go back to, the cult of personality thing and Brand himself and this interview and everything. You find a lot of the time, you know, I can caveat myself and say this is my point of view, this is what I've sort of come to the conclusion of over it. The celebrities that reach the kind of levels that he's at are almost always, I call them flesh puppets. They're the kind of psychopathic, narcissistic mindsets that will quite happily do whatever they're asked to because it gets them fame and fortune. All they care about is the adulation. That's it. They can't exist without it. It's the ultimate drug. You know, if you think crack cocaine is bad, you wait until you get on a stage in front of 10,000 people and they all cheer your name. And they literally adore you. They would die for you. Or sing your
song back to you. A song that you've penned and you've got thousands of people singing it back to you. Just a quick one. We are in good company tonight. John Noyes has joined the chat room. Hi, John. It's great to see you there. Hope you're doing well.
Fellas in goods, because I'm not aware. Like, I've probably spoke to him before, but I'm unaware. Do you do
John Noyes is a lady.
Oh, it's a lady? Even better.
Yeah, she has a great YouTube channel, check her out.
Oh, right, I'm checking that out.
Yeah, definitely. And on replying on that question or that statement...
Not that that's thrown us, I reckon, guys.
About the cult of personality aspect and what Brand was saying. Because, again, this is very, very divisive, and the way it's operated is the results it's created of a lot of division, a lot of divisive argument about either you get in line and follow along behind him, or you're one of the bad guys, you're a shill, you're a crazy tinfoil paranoid loon, all this kind of stuff. Division, division, division. Even if... Let's take it from the presumption that he really is a genuinely nice guy who wants to help people and he's trying to help sow seeds and spread information and wake people up and all that kind of good stuff. Let's think about it that way. Let's presume that, right? If you then listen to what he says and it resonates with you in that fashion, then you don't need him as a leader. You should be able to realise, because of what he said to you, that you are your own leader and you don't need to sit and listen to what he's saying. You should get off your ass and go and do it yourself. So again, what is this Pied Piper bullshit cult of personality con job are they pulling on you with this shit? That's what they're trying to do.
even the words that he used, man, he said that he had problems with individuality, man, and that really fucking scared me. But it's something kind of off tangent, but on base as always. I wanted to bring in was like we were talking about the royal family there, or the elite bloody inbred line. Bloodline we were talking about because of the wee baby cretin.
Satan child.
And what I wanted to bring up is Australia, right? They've got, what is it, marsupials, right? And they've got marsupials because that bit of the world apparently broke off at some point, right? Which made a different ecosystem which bred marsupials. Correct me if I'm wrong at some point. I think I'm
no, that's right, Seth. Yeah, go on.
Right? So, now, that happened. They bred a different branch of evolution because they were broke off everywhere else. So some of them grew pouches and like so. You know what I'm talking about. The Australian ecosystem is very unique, and I say that's the same with the royal bloodline, and that's why they're so apathetic, so low empathy, big inbred. That's why they're so horrible. And that's putting it politely, because they're inbred, and literally what's happened to them, maybe they've got pouches, I don't know, but they've probably got pouches as well. But one thing I do, I don't know, but they definitely have grew up in their own fucking ecosystem, man, away from the rest of us. So they literally are their own species. So
yes,
I don't know. I'm never want to shout Ike for the rooftops or anything, but maybe that guy is right, man. Maybe these guys do have 10 teats and stuff. I don't know. I like this, but I do propose that they could be. I do propose that the elites can be.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Sorry to interrupt. Ratio Perfect just posted in the chat room that Kip is controlled by the CIA. Laughing out loud joke.
Oh yeah. It's MI7. It's MI7.
Jam Noise has just pointed out as well that during the interview, during the Paxman interview, he did say he just wants to have a laugh. Basically, yes, it does say, Dave, mute up a second, mate.
Should be a feedback.
Yeah, man.
What you're talking about is evolution in an isolated environment or an enclosed environment.
Hold on.
We just need to get this sorted out here. We're sorry about the interruption, guys. We're just trying to introduce another person into the room.
It's dodgy.
Days, we're live as we're talking right now, mate. So get sorted.
Shit, man! I thought it was me that I muted up. Days, are you there, man?
He's sort of there.
He's wave. Yo! Hold on, man, I'm unmuting. Shit, that's my camera. How do I get his camera?
You're hosting the room, so I think you should
it's
probably just hover your cursor over the video.
That's what I'm trying. Oh, hold on. I found a drop down box. Hide from broadcast. Like, Days, I don't know what's happening. I think I can bring you in, man. Right, guys, I think we're back. I don't know. Back to reality? Back to reality. The ghost mechanism. Oh, there we go. That is.
I don't know. I can't hear Days.
Cookie, is it true that you're 6'12" tall?
Not quite. 6'7".
Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, that's why it's best not to put me on a pedestal, because I will hurt you when I fall off and land on you.
No, that's why when you tell me you're not Gandalf, I fucking find it hard to not believe, man. Because you literally, see if you had one of the gowns on, mate, you would come across as that.
I've got one. I might get it out one of the days, but.
Mate, you should get what could you you should get good on a pair of rollerblades or whatever, so you can just float as well.
I think during the walk up to the Grove Hotel, we could have done with a pair of roller boots for Cookie, and Nick and myself could have just dragged him along, man.
Yeah, needed it.
Yes, not only is Cookie a colossal in spiritual terms, but a colossus, should I say, in spiritual terms, but the man is massive. Huge
Colossal.
in stature. Yeah, man.
It's a good word, isn't it?
What were we talking about?
I was just wondering, are we carrying on? Are we not able to get him into the room or not?
Can we not get days in? Because it would be nice for to sort of
We'll
bring him
definitely
in.
get him in. I think he realised he came into our broadcast rather than a chat, so I think he might. Days, if you're listening, get sorted with a steady audio flow or whatever you want to call it, and batter back in. Aye. I think he thought he was coming into a chat rather than a broadcast. So
good job he had his pants on, then, isn't it?
Yeah,
but I think I like that's the weird thing. I think we were just about to solve the world problems, and then we get interrupted.
Well, let's go back to that Russell Brand thing then, and we can carry on ranting. Well, see if we can get connected. I think I'd ranted a bit about the fact that the cult of personality effect. And look, if you think what he was saying is good, then that means you don't need the leader that they're presenting him to you as they want him to be. This is a demographic capture phase. They're trying to capture the upswell of energy that is coming out of the social movements on the ground, which is primarily younger people. You know, from my point of view, being ageist about it, you know, I'm mid-40s, so the majority of people involved in this movement are mid-30s and less. You know, and there's a lot more younger people getting involved now. There's a lot more 20s and teenagers getting involved and realising that they need to do something because they ain't got a lot of hope if they rely on the current system to do it. Right? So there is a massive upswell of energy coming from the grassroots. The control system knows that, so they know they have to step in and somehow divert it. They did exactly the same with loads of different social movements before. Most recent one springs to mind is Occupy. You know, they co-opted it and diffused it.
Right, here's a really good question. Sorry to interrupt, but here's a really good question. How the hell do we start a movement that we know cannot be co-opted? Because every movement I've heard of...
Decentralisation.
No, but Cookie is... Am I wrong in saying that nobody said that before, right? So what if we had put forward, we've had Occupy, Anonymous, I mean, would we all agree that those things, with all the many amazing people that are in those groups and associate with those groups and do amazing work in association with those groups, can we agree that... do you know what I'm trying to say?
Can I just draw you back then to that sort of definition of anarchism? No rulers. You can work with and partake along with group activity. It doesn't mean that you bind yourself to the group in all ways like a cult. That's putting yourself in a box by assuming what they want you to do and how they want you to interact. They give you lots of little groups and say, you have to join this one, you have to join that one, you're either with the left or you're with the right. They want you to put yourself in a box. Whereas if you are your own leader, if you are decentralized, leading your own point of view that you want to express to others, they can't capture that. They can't stop it. They can't stem the tide of that, because it will just pop up and pop up and pop up. They won't be able to keep up with the growth of it. The other thing I'd also point out in that respect is, if maybe you haven't looked at this kind of stuff because it's a bit more sort of academic, I don't know, whatever. If you look at military tactics and stuff to do with revolution and how they were... Sorry?
Are you saying I'm
Say that again.
I said,
no, I'm just saying you might not have looked at this kind of stuff. No, the point I'm trying to make, right, is that guerrilla tactics, in every revolution, guerrilla tactics have been used and proven to be the most tactically and strategically advantageous way to contest against a centralized system. Because if you have lots of individuals all working independently towards the same goal, again, groups can't be co-opted, leaders can't be taken down. You know, you can't cut the head off this snake, because if you do, 100 new heads just pop up. This is still right now at the moment, if you believe the bullshit about Al-Qaeda and all that kind of shit, that is the tactics that they're using, right? And when it comes down to it, the kind of change that I certainly talk about a lot, I feel a lot of us are talking about, is best enabled through that total decentralization. If you want to be able to enable these changes and help move them along, then you need to be as decentralized as you possibly can. Work with other people, work with groups of people, but don't allow yourself to be confined by any of them or by anybody else's attitude about who you should or should not work with.
Well,
yeah, and that's allowing for proof about COINTEL and agents and stuff like that.
Can I run this by you? And I'm pretty sure it was me and you talking about people shouldn't talk about utopia because people that set for utopia, you're doomed to fail and stuff. But like, not in that essence. But what would your utopia be, my friend? Just out of curiosity.
Sorry, Cookie. Before you go ahead there, because it's only polite to talk about or talk to some of the people in the chat room. Please don't lose that thought. But Iron's joined us, and we'd just like to say hello to him. And Paul Joseph Watson, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'm led to
Paul
believe.
Joseph Watson then?
No. Spatial Anomalies just said the bald guy sounds not unlike Paul Joseph Watson. I'm led to believe that PJW is from somewhere near where I'm from, but
Nick,
I certainly don't speak the same stuff as he does.
Nick, I need to say, you are you're the bald guy from MasterChef.
Thanks a lot, man.
I swear to God.
That's such an accolade.
No, like, there's nothing wrong with saying that, man. He's a good-looking guy and he can cook well, mate. He get lots of money. You look like the bald guy off MasterChef, man.
Thank you very much.
You were flirting with me earlier on, you cunt. Let's not go there, mate. That's even some unbroadcastable stuff for us, man.
Bloody hell.
But anyways, let's get back to the chat room.
Before we do, check out Iron's YouTube channel. It's fantastic. He's been doing some great work over the years. His music that he pushes is right up my street. I do like punk rock, and also there's been some interesting chats uploaded onto Iron's channel. So check out Iron. He's fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Just to note as well, because you were getting all homoerotic, this might be an aspect that.
Oh fuck me, I'm getting Cookie a hard on, mate.
Have you? Oh, hang on. Table will move in a minute. It takes a while for all the blood to get there. But there was an aspect about that brand interview that most people either didn't notice or didn't want to mention. I didn't mention it in my ranting because I thought it's a bit too much fertile ground for homophobic trolls to start shouting at each other with. But there was a homoerotic aspect to that interview. Paxman very much likes Brand. Yeah, you could. I felt I could read that in his body language, even if it was on a platonic level, and he just likes him as a person. They get on well with their mates, probably. But there were overtones.
He was verbally greasing him up.
He would smell his foreskin if he wouldn't suck his cock.
Yes, probably. So it's another aspect of, hang on a minute, folks, look at what's being presented to you here. This is a circle jerk of a pseudo interview because he asks him very leading and fertile questions to allow him to say what he says.
Brand worked for Fox.
It's been presented to you by the BBC, who are the major outlet for the Tavistock Institute and that kind of psychological manipulation. If you still haven't realised how that idiot box in the corner is used to mess with your head, then you need to do a little research into all that kind of stuff. There's more than enough evidence to back this up. This is not just conjecture or conspiracy theory or whatever. It is a mouthpiece for the establishment, and it is used to craft and steer public opinion and therefore public activity.
Listen to this, Cookie. Brand worked, his programme get put out in America by the FX network. The FX network is Fox Entertainment. It's Rupert Murdoch, man. People, this is who's fucking peddling this guy's filth. Fucking wait. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
No, I don't think it's just you, mate. I mean, Brand just comes across as
so why are so many people falling for the bullshit?
A fucking rent boy, you know?
Why are so many people anti-BBC?
He's charismatic.
Yeah, people are desperate. He's charismatic. He's a lovable rogue. This was why I referenced the fact that he's very much like Oscar Wilde. Back in the 20s and 30s, the reason Oscar Wilde was so popular because he was the daring dandy rogue. You know, he could say something that was a bit, you shouldn't say that, it wasn't quite politically correct, but he'd get away with it because everybody loved him because he was such a charming character and all this bullshit. They're doing the same thing again.
Why does my stories not sell as well? I wanted to take lots of drugs and I wanted to sleep with lots of women and failed.
Yeah, but you simply, I don't think you were prepared to suck rock for cock though, were you, you know? Or cock for rock even. And I wouldn't put it past Russell, to be honest. I reckon Mr. Brand has probably... I reckon probably done all sorts to feed his habits. Like, you know? I
reckon at this point we better start saying allegedly, but I did actually see somebody saying that he was caught giving out hand jobs freely. So, and I'm not just saying this to be bad. Allegedly, but I did actually see somebody saying this, and I'm not saying this out of badness. I'm just saying it out of badness because I've seen it. But I did see it. They allegedly was giving out hand jobs left, right and centre. And like, correct me if I'm wrong, man, that's what that dude's all about. He's famous for being a junkie womanizer.
Power enables deviancy. Power enables deviancy. So, look as well at the fact the way they use that kind of deviancy, and that's a word unto itself. They use that kind of deviancy as part of the control grid. You know, like the paedophilia system is set up deliberately to enable it at the higher echelons so that then they can utilise it for blackmail and control of those individual actors. So when Brand's got popular and famous enough that he actually has a certain amount of power, his entourage can be ordered around, go and get me a girl, I want a girl, go and get me a boy, I want a boy, get me some drugs, and somebody will go and arrange it for him. That allows the worst sides of yourself to be enabled, so people succumb to their own inner deviance. That to me is part and parcel of the celebrity world. A lot of them fall for it or are entrapped by it or led into it deliberately for control reasons. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's done stuff like that, yeah? I mean, other people have talked more about the kind of mind control side and aspects to him himself, to Brand, but also to the way it was set up with that interview. There is stuff in his history and the way he acts and the things he said, stuff like that, that could easily be added into a portfolio of evidence to say this guy has been mind controlled in one way or another. Either consciously he's chosen to go along with that kind of stuff, or it's been put upon him and inserted into him and he's used to lead him by the nose.
Well, here's a few
Possibly.
things. Here's a few things. To be trauma-based mind controlled, right? If you believe in that, you have to go through some sort of a trauma. Now, that guy openly admits that he was abused at the age of 7-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of got to be traumatic. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I say there is stuff about
can-
his history and the way he acts, the things he's done in his life, in his career, stuff. Yeah, if you studied stuff about mind control, trauma-based techniques, things like, yeah, you could quite easily put that into a nice little portfolio of evidence to say this guy is a bit messed up. Yeah, I could say that about a lot of people.
Am I right in saying that Russell Brand brought out or did a tour not so long ago called the Messiah Complex? Is that true?
I think he's doing it just now.
Still
Am I
on.
not right in saying that?
Yeah, that is another aspect. Isn't it oh so good PR to promote his own career and the stuff he's doing? The reason he was on Newsnight in the first place is because he had been given this position as guest editor of the New Statesman. All of it just smacks of PR, of selling you stuff, folks. This is not about, yeah, let's all have a good old revolution and everything will be better when the change happens. This is just about making money out of people.
Am I wrong in saying that Russell Brand is the stereotypical... Nick, I think you're muted, or I'm not hearing you, man.
Yes, I'm muting up at the moment because I share this house with two other guys, and my housemate next door is just strumming out a few chords on his guitar.
I was going to say that Russell Brand actually does look like the stereotypical Jesus. Like, if you were to ask a white Christian to draw Jesus, they would draw Russell Brand. Am I right or wrong? Or
in the classic misinterpreted stereotype.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what Jesus looked like. I'm saying if you asked a stereotypical UK white Christian,
picture,
they would draw Russell Brand, and to me, I find that scary. Then you look at his name, Brand, right, and what it represents in today's culture, i.e. brands. Then you look at the what the name means. Brand, it means is it torch, beacon, or beacon in the light? But it's along the Luciferian.
It's fire on a stick.
Aye, it doesn't sound like it's
Lucifer, the light bearer,
the
morning
it's Lucifer.
star.
It's the Statue of Liberty. But
these are, remember as well, these are all very deeply interwoven archetypal structures that they want you to attune yourself to.
Guys, I don't know about you. Are you hearing a bit more feedback than normal right now?
There is a bit of crackly sort of going on in the background, yeah.
Is that better?
Stop there. Yeah, much better.
I'm not getting any feedback at all now.
Do you know
a little bit, mate. I can hear myself back now and again, but that's it.
Do you know what I'm beginning to think it is? I think it's my loose connection with my headphones, but I'm going to blame everybody else.
Onwards and upwards, I'm sure.
No. I'm going to blame everybody else until it's proven. Until Facebook says so.
You've gone a bit quiet there, mate. You've definitely gone a bit quiet there, pal. Now you're muted.
Hear me now?
You're back again. Yeah.
Hear me now?
I can only just see the cookie now as well.
Sounds like we've got an extra call on the line as well. I can hear like a completely separate voice talking in the background. Are they monitoring us? Hello, agents!
It sounds like Cookie. I think it sounds like our voices going through. Can you hear me, guys? Aye.
Yeah, I can hear you,
Yeah,
but there's
right.
there's another voice in the background. Sounds like one of the chipmunk voices.
Right, does a spit.
It's the
Oh,
agents
it
listening.
must be the guy that did the jingle for Clips Clips.
No, it was me, Kip, that done fucking. It was
I
me,
know,
Kip,
mate. I
that
was
done
joking.
the voice
Not
of
you,
you,
Kip,
Kip.
then, no?
Oh no, me, Kip.
UKIP.
Oh, let's not get
Who
started
then
on
is?
UKIP.
I know.
You need to have another backup channel called WeKip. Is it you, Kip? No, it's me, Kip. Oh, it's WeKip.
The Socialist
Oh,
Collective.
I know, I could hit.
But anyway, so what else we're going to say about that interview and branding? So if you want to, I'm just trying to think of.
Well, I know Nick earlier on told me he was going to interrupt us if we spoke about Russell Brand too much.
Well, he's
Well,
obviously been.
to be fair, he has had a lot of airtime.
It's a bit late in the day.
But yeah, it's how
And
far
I
in
think
are we now? 1 hour 25, bit more.
It is definitely a genuine. It's a definitely good, genuine point to bring up. The guy is getting a lot of your time, but at the end of the day, it's hard not to speak about him right now, isn't it?
Here is an opportunity to slightly segue out of it then, as Gemini is mentioning in the chat. Because I've mentioned this as well, isn't it oh so convenient timing that all this is happening not long before the People's Voice is about to start up? And as for myself, I feel that a lot of what is going on with this People's Voice thing is about money making again. They're setting up a small factory unit to churn through some money to give them all jobs for the next 10 years. That's basically what it's about. It's not really about changing the world. It's about giving them a job to earn a living from for the next decade.
What do you mean the People's Voice, mate?
The People's Voice, the peoplesvoice.tv channel.
David Icke's new project.
Oh, right.
His new money-making project.
Right, well,
he's not making enough out of the talks that he gives, the books that he writes, and the people that donate on his channel.
Let's put a disclaimer for the people that might be upset by this information, but aye, man, it's always a. See, the weird thing is, right, and I'm not deflecting this away because let's bring it back, but I'm still kind of Chunky Mark. I know, Nick, you're pissed off at him, and there's no doubt in my mind he screwed people over for that money with the with the movie thing. But I still like the information he puts out. But he definitely could be questioned. But David Icke, man, I think he's good if you can take him for what he is. I mean, he's definitely good. Am I not right in saying he's good meditation and stuff? And I'm not saying he's going to take people to a certain place and then no further.
I don't know. If you want the esoteric, there are many more people out there that do it better than Ike. Ike's come out with a lot of stuff over the years, and a lot of the stuff that he talks about is true, factual. You can go and research it and find out for yourself that what he's saying is right, but then he shits all over the end of it with stuff that he just cannot prove to be a fact,
But he presents it as a fact. So just to add to, because I agree with you on that, and that's what has always bothered me about his work. It's like we can all go in through flights of fantasy about what could or could not be, but if you can't find anything at all to back it up, even if that's just reasoned argument about the cause and effects that you're seeing, then you're just enjoying speculative thought processes. You're not actually providing anything to help us along. That for me commonly has been exactly that. It's like 90% of what he says you can look into for yourself, and you can find evidence for. And even if you're talking about just a reasoned argument, then yeah, you can agree with what he's looking at because of the evidence he's supplying for it. But then he goes and throws in stuff that's just total speculation, but he presents it in his lectures and whatever as if it's absolute fact, as if there's no question here, this is the way it is. And it's so, for me, sorry mate, I can't accept your conclusion on it. I disagree with you. I don't feel there's enough there to prove it one way or the other, so I'd rather stay agnostic on that kind of stuff. Yeah, are there lizard creatures?
If I had the choice to either listen to David Icke or listen to or listen to, say, Max Egan, I would be more likely to veer off and listen to Max. You know, I prefer his work, to be honest.
At least Max.
I'm going to say some sort of a form of defence in the way of Icke, in the sense that he definitely brought information to my attention that I think has helped me, and like you will both know that I'm as sceptical about Icke as the next person, but I think he has brought certain particular bits of information to my attention. But over the time, the thing that stood out for me most is the stuff that he hasn't brought to my attention. And I think over time, they are the things that stick out for me, the information that isn't brought to your attention.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we're back to the decentralise and be your own leader. Listen to everything. Yeah, I'm sort of paraphrasing Chris Dwayne. Yeah, listen to everyone, but decide for yourself. And that is, in effect, another paraphrase of one of the classic Buddha quotes. You know, believe nothing, no matter where you've read it or who said it, no matter if even I have said it, unless it rhymes with your own reason and your own common sense. Back to the same problem. It's like, yeah, if you want to find out a lot of information and perspective that is not in the mainstream, that will not be told to you in school, that will not be told to you in the normal social peer groups, then yeah, people like David Icke present a lot of that information for you. But don't just stop there, and don't just swallow everything he says without questioning it. Check into it for yourself, research it for yourself, confirm it, or change your mind and think it's wrong and move on somewhere. You have to do that for yourself. You know,
see,
there's loads of good authors.
The truth is the truth. And the thing is, if we are all being our own leaders, the movement will move itself. It doesn't need anybody to lead the way, because, you know, if the movement is based upon the truth, it will move in the right direction.
Yeah.
But even getting spiritual and stuff, is it not just enough for us to have faith that human beings in general are good, in the sense that, like, I know that sounds hairy-fairy to think, man, but like deep down, man, like, you take a bunch of babies, put them in a box and grow them up, man, they're going to be more good than bad. They're not. It takes a lot of weird influences to corrupt them over time, and that's where, like, not that I'm promoting growing babies in boxes, do you know what I mean? But like,
have you been talking with Anna?
Think of it this way. If you were born into a world where all your basic needs are provided for, right? You've got enough food to eat, you've got shelter, you've got a loving family, and you are brought into that world with an attitude of, you know, everything's there for you. All you've got to do is enjoy your life and experience it and interact with others, and everybody's treating each other in the same manner of not enforcing themselves onto each other. Everything's there that you could ever want. Why would you need to steal? Why would you need to murder somebody? All these problems start to fall away. A lot of the problems we suffer from in this world are caused by the system creating artificial scarcity to create competition, which creates a hierarchy, which gives them a structure to stand on top of and to get the ultimate benefit out of by exploiting those at the bottom. It's as simple as that.
to piggyback on what you're on what you're saying there, Cookie. Recently, Nick has pointed me in the direction of a good podcast that I can pick up a lot of Max Egan stuff, and he was kind of like proposing the same ideas in the sense that, like, yes, there's got to be commerce, but who's to say? Like, that's why I, like, in my recent videos, I've been like, take your shiny stuff and fucking go and count it in one wee island. I mean, all it is shiny trinkets. Can you eat it?
You can't eat gold and silver.
It's like, it's good if you're living in this paradigm. And this is the Ron Paul thing that fucking blows my mind, man. He's proposing this. His proposal was, right, well, your money's linked to gold, right? Well, great, right? Well, it's linked to gold, brilliant. But in the long term, what does that mean? It means that the people that hold a lot of gold right now are going to have a lot of money, and the people that don't are going to be poor. Kind of similar to what we have right now. But what you're doing is you're basically taking out the ability of governments to adjust that. Right, so you're going to a one world fucking standard of gold where everything's controlled by the gold. And who owns all the fucking gold? The Vatican. It's the Jews, it's the Jews.
And who manipulates the value of the gold? Because they'll do that as well. They have done provably again and again in the past. The gold standard will enable the economic system to work, but that's just it. It's still the same paradigm. It's still the same control by monopolies and centralised, consolidated corporations, mega corporations.
Cookie,
just different means of exchange.
Cookie, I've got more shiny things than you. Fuck you. My things shine brighter. my things shine brighter. I've got more shiny things. I mean, that is the mentality. I mean, it's like...
It's quite clear. It's quite clear, Cookie, that Kip hasn't actually seen your orbs.
Yeah.
Shiny orbs.
My glowing orbs.
Yes, indeed. Never mind shining, they glow.
Oh, I thought they didn't mint the $1 trillion fucking orbs.
It does come back to that, the construct that is enabled by artificial scarcity. You know,
it's like diamonds, am I not right in saying that? Look at diamonds, they ain't fucking rare. You can dig them up out the fucking ground from everywhere. It's artificial. Exactly what you're saying, but it's a Jewish cabal that's in charge of diamonds. It's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews! It's the Jews!
It's obvious, undeniable reality that we're living currently, you know, because we haven't got off the planet yet. We're living on a planet that obviously, because of what it is, has a finite number of resources. Some things will be more scarce than others. That's just obvious reality, yeah? But...
However, there is enough to go around.
Yeah, there's certainly, for the things that we need as necessities, food and water and shelter, there is just an infinite abundance of it. If we're living in
it recreates itself.
Yeah, exactly. If we're living in a harmonious ecosystem with the planet itself, it replenishes itself to such a degree that we can exist on it without exploiting it. We're not exploiting it. We're living in harmony with it. These people come along and create scarcity by fakery, and that very act itself enables that hierarchy, because all they need to do is say, oh, I've got more than you. So I can hire these thugs to kill you, and all I have to do is pay them this stuff that I've got more of than you. Yeah. So because of that whole situation, we end up with the multitude of problems and sufferings that we get from it. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some kind of way of exchanging between each other. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying the way it is constructed at the moment enables so many problems. We need rid of it. We need to change it completely, because this provably just doesn't work in a healthy way.
It's certainly not the only thing that causes the trouble, you know, but it definitely is something that sticks a big spanner in the works of humanity. Money is a big problem for me. Maybe because I haven't got enough of it. You know,
But yeah, because you're entrapped within a society that requires you to strive and compete for it.
yeah.
You know, if you really wanted to, you could build a printing machine and start printing out your own notes in your basement, and that would then enable you to have a greater lifestyle than you currently have. But the people who own this farm will come along and go, hey, hang on a minute, you're not using our no, you ain't allowed to do that, mate. You've got to get back in your box, back in your position, and compete for the stuff that we want you to have.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And what's more, they're going to promote it on the idiot box all the time. You know, the thing is, people are so controlled by the ways the methods that these people use to make you want things that you really shouldn't be wanting. You know, like you said, Cookie. You know, food, water, shelter. You know, and everything else should just be a bonus, man. You shouldn't be
everything else is
after
great.
it. And,
That's me back, Nick. I was just making a toasty in my toasty machine. I just
got
shiny
toasty machine.
I just got it for I don't know.
I don't have a toasty machine. I'm going to have a revolution and bring down the kip. I think we should all have free toasty machines.
Toasty machines for the fucking masses.
Absolutely.
Hey,
can we use the Breville ones? Not meaning to advertise, but Breville ones are the best.
I need to share one of the funniest jokes that I've ever came up with in my life, and get interpreted as an insult. But I thought it was funny as fuck. Anyway, there was a dude that was I don't know. He bought into the brand because brand left him a nice Facebook message, and I questioned that, and then I said, well, I was on board. In fact, I'm on board with you, buddy. I didn't like Jimmy Savile until he called me cute. And I don't know, I think that's what I'm not even joking you, it did literally keep me up that night laughing. I've never been kept up laughing before.
But
I mean,
do you know what laughter actually represents primarily?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out.
Fear.
Hmm?
Fear. Laughter is a fear response. Is baring of the teeth. And I know a lot of people say, oh, this primatology doctrine kind of stuff. It is. But it proves very true most of the time. The reason you laugh is because you don't want to be the person who is the butt of the joke, because that would imply social exclusion or ridicule or whatever. So you are showing a fear of, you don't want to be that person, and that comes out as laughter. We laugh at it. So it's funny because we don't want to be that. Yeah, that's what makes it funny, because you don't want to be that.
I would say I laugh a lot in social circumstances, and I would also agree with, on aggregate, I would agree that on aggregate, not all the time, I would put myself in feeling socially. I don't know. I'm always in lots of but you know what I mean. Like always feeling socially inept or whatever. But so like I would agree with you, man. But I don't know. I soldier through.
I think that's probably partly to do with the little bits of the attempted indoctrination that you suffered as a child when you went to indoctrination camp, you know, and it stuck with you. But you see, the thing is, I'm sure Kip won't mind me saying this, but we've talked at length about how both of us went through the schooling system, but really
I'm joking, mate. Sorry.
But didn't succumb too much to what they were trying to force upon us. Although we have been sort of left with the residue, and some of it's very hard to shake.
I would build on what you're saying, mate. There, but like I would say that I don't know about yourself, but I would say that my problem is that I never ever succumbed to the indoctrination. I mean, I got suspended from primary school. I mean, that's like kindergarten, man. I mean, like, I mean, like, and I'm not a bad individual. It wasn't as if I was out stabbing people or whatever. I was like, fuck you. Why are you telling me what to do? I mean, it literally was that attitude. I mean, my mum and dad, I smoked a lot of dope in the '60s, man. So I was brought up in the hippie vein, man. So it was a bit like, fucking, don't. It was a bit like, don't kill anybody, but everything else is good. Which is I kind of dig, man. It's like, as long as you're no murdering somebody, it's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it gives you the ability to question authority and not just jump when they tell you to.
Well, let me put something out here a wee bit, blah, blah, blah. But like, some people fucking close to my fucking heart would say, hey, well look, this wee guy's like fucking this, that and the other, and especially in the Glaswegian sense would go, oh, he's a wee Ned and stuff. And that's people that, and I don't know, and people might know where I'm coming from with this, but like, fuck you, because they honestly, they honestly don't know where I've came from, they don't know what I've went through, and they don't know how I've arrived here, right? So, like, literally for them to say that is kind of laughable, man, especially when they don't come from my social circle, because yeah, you may be able to you may be able to put that my upbringing and my social class in that fucking bracket, but knowledge-wise, I've always been that wee bit wiser in the sense that I've always been getting kicked out of fucking institutions. I really have.
I think the ability to think critically is something that yes, it can be nurtured, but I think it's partially nature.
Yeah, your natural way of functioning would do it.
Mm. So that, I mean, indoctrination camp or school, if you want to call it that, is something, in my opinion, that stifles that. You know.
Yeah, deliberately.
Deliberately, yeah, indeed, to create the tax cattle.
Well, look at.
They don't want people thinking, hang on a minute, what they're doing is wrong.
Look at people that are around kids, right? And I include myself in this. Everybody's got to that stage where the kids are asking questions, and it's like just because, and it's like fucking stop
But why
asking
is the
questions.
sky blue?
It's like
Why is the sky blue? Why is the sky blue? Why is the sky blue?
and I think we're all guilty for stifling that, right? Don't get me wrong, it frustrates everybody as much as the next person. Don't get me. Maybe I'm wrong in that. I think it really frustrates everybody because it's a pain in the ass. But on the same token, I don't think it should be you should do your best not to stifle it, because I think it's an honourable trait for wee kids to just be going, why? Because
again, to me, it is the natural way of being. When children are at that age, you're talking about really toddler age, they ask incessant questions because they're learning about the world. They're learning about what this thing is that they're experiencing. So they want to know, they want to know, they want to know. And the worst thing you can do is to shut that questioning down.
Right, do you ever notice?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's tiring and taxing, but
have you ever had parents that get frustrated with you because you entertain the kids' questions? Do you know how like you meet parents? And I'm not singling anybody out, but like you meet parents, right? And there's kids there, and the kids are asking you in torrent questions, right? And that's got to bug anybody's tits. But I'm a bit more patient than most people, so I'm like, yes, my shoelaces are fucking tied. Yes, I'm fucking. Do you know what I mean? Yes, this guy is blue as fucking cookie. Do you know what I mean? Like answering all the torrent of questions, and the parents are getting frustrated with you. Like, don't encourage them.
Yeah.
See, there's a lot more room inside a child's head. I think once if you look at if you, because they haven't had all the pressures of life sort of yet, and just watch children when they play on their own with the right with the right toys, look at the imagination that they use that's going on, that completely cuts out what's going on around them, and they're just basically within this imagination of their own. It's fantastic. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
box is a
so many
spaceship.
times when my kids were young, we got them presents for Shipmas. Many times, and I know loads of people have said this, and it's an old cliche, but kids sometimes they just play with the cardboard box it came with.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic, you know. I mean, great. You know, they're learning, and they're learning how to think critically for themselves. I believe imagination and critical thinking run side by side and hand in hand.
Nick,
They do.
Nick, you know what I'm talking about when I say Marcel, right? But Marcel, if I'm watching Marcel and Matilda and stuff, man, like Matilda will be sitting reading 1,000,001 books, and I'm not joking. This girl is like leaps. Right, maybe I'm a bit biased, right? But the girl is leaps and bounds above her pay grade, right? But Marcel, man, this guy just has the this wee boy, honest to God, man, he has the imagination of he's immense, man. You can just leave him alone and you hear him in the background and you think there's 20 kids having a conversation, and you go in and it's just him playing these wee figures, and it's just him putting on 20 voices and stuff. And it's, I don't know, man. Maybe probably a bit biased and stuff, but like it is quite impressive of how. And I would say it's a result of not having as much TV as most people would have access to. TV is like, can I turn it on? It's not like fucking, it's on, there it is. If that makes any sense.
I know I say this a lot because I like using metaphor and analogy. I think it helps understand complex concepts in a much easier fashion. But imagine it as the difference between a box of paints that's only got 16 colour choices in it and an infinite box of paints. You know, in a child's mind, it's got infinite possibilities. It doesn't believe your bullshit about things like space rockets can't be made of cardboard because it's never seen it proven yet. So it'll quite happily sit in a cardboard box and think it's flying to Mars. You know, that's the infinite paint box. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if you've ever done the. I did a course of relaxation therapy once, and it's true. You can be absolutely anywhere you want to be at any given time. You don't have to physically be there.
The process of the indoctrination system primarily is to push you further and further into a defined box that they've set the blueprints for. So they take away more and more options from you. So for you as an adult, you've been programmed to such a degree that to you there is only a box with a choice of 16 paints. Whereas you show that to a child and the child goes, oh, it's an infinite number of colours, way, and just get on with it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's part of what a big part of what the indoctrination system does. Tells you to shut up and obey authority, and the entirety of your existence is this, defined to you by primarily, used to be anyway, the goggle box in the corner of the room.
Here's a question that's, do you know how sometimes when you think like, right, well, brilliant, if we ever did get a utopia, what about this, what about that kind of thing? Well, if we, the three of us that are speaking, if we get anywhere near our utopia, where would we stand on the essence of like, how would you resolve conflict? Do you know what I mean? How would you, man? Do you need would you have a police force? Would you have an army? Would you have one big world governing body that would come in and make sure?
Define what you mean by conflict.
People want to wipe out other people over land. I don't know. I think that would be.
In my utopia, everybody would have access to all the land. There would be no boundaries, there would be no fences, there would be no ownership of land other than what's required to grow food and stuff like that. So why would one group be fighting with another group over something that's non-existent?
Well,
And
it would
to
probably.
add
It
to
would,
that as well, in my utopia, all that food that was grown on said land would be shared anyway. So
Yeah, exactly. What have they got to fight about?
well, what if there was books that exist just now that said this imaginary line exists, and what's on this side of this imaginary line is mines, and what exists on that side of the imaginary lines, I'm going to bomb the shit out of, because that's literally the system we live in just now. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
that's the world we live in.
It's these imaginary lines as I see it. I mean, I can argue for national sovereignty because I see it's a stepping stone or a fucking better than what we have. But again, it's just it's just fucking imaginary lines at the end of the day. It really is imaginary lines, man. It's non-existent. Fucking. I mean, there's
Yeah,
not
again,
a
it's back to that control system. Somebody wants to be sat on top of the pyramid having all the fun and all the stuff for themselves, so they convince everybody else that there is this boundary, and within that boundary, that's their little tax cattle property. Back to the same problem. People saying, I own this. Why do you own it? Because somebody wrote it down in a book millennia ago, and when they wrote it down, they said they were told it by God, so therefore it must be true. So I own this.
Israel.
Yeah. I'm paraphrasing it, but it is the ultimate example. We own this because it says so in a book that was written by other humans a few hundred years ago who claimed that they were told to write it down by a voice in their head or a voice in the clouds or whatever. Would you believe somebody saying that to you now in the street?
Well,
I own your house because a voice in the clouds told me so.
Here's an argument that can be brought to the table then, Nick, and you'll probably fill me in more. Mormonism, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, that's more or less like fucking some dude turning up in America, some Mason turning up in America saying he'd read some scripts given to him by God that nobody else could read.
Joseph, what was his? Joseph, what was his name, Cookie? What was his surname?
I can't remember either. I'm brain farting.
Well, guys,
if anybody in the chat room can, Joseph Smith, that's it. Bloody hell, of all the names to forget, it's the right name to forget.
Well,
Joe Smith.
Well, guys, I've got news for you. I've got some globes that are made out of tinfoil, and only I can read them. Only I can read them because God gave me the power to read them. And only
then
I
you
can
must
read
be
them.
the Messiah.
Yeah. Oh no, that's Russell Brand. But God told me by these globes made out of tinfoil that Russell Brand's the Messiah, and I've to spread Russell Brand's word far and wide.
All over your toast.
Yeah, and all over my toast. And he makes some nice jam too.
Well,
Nice jam,
I've got a book. I've got a book here that says everybody has to bake a cake for me. You all have to give me cake. It says so here in this book, so it's got to be true. I want my cake now.
Cookie, my book is older than your book.
I bet it isn't, because my book was
my
written by
book's got fucking HP sauce, fucking stains. I put HP sauce and rubbed it in, and fucking my book is ancient, man. And it's been kept under the fucking seal of God for so long that it looks really new. Because the seal of God says so.
As we're descending into silliness, I just wonder, what was the original
silliness?
question?
Are you calling my religion silliness? You fucking mock my religion, you puny imbecile.
I shall be a heretic and an infidel. Your religion is Satanism.
I say over.
Your religion is the devil.
I thought I was onto something there, man. I was about to erect a church.
The first church of Ice. Everybody in the congregation has to wear a lizard mask. But
Or maybe a Guy Fawkes mask.
Yeah, or a lizard wearing a Guy Fawkes mask.
I can imagine, speaking of Guy Fawkes, I can imagine the Anonitads are going to be out in force on Tuesday.
Oh, I'm going, man.
It's one of the reasons why I wanted to do that video I did the other day that I uploaded, because I've already seen lots of comments about people talking about, remember 5th of November, burn stuff down. It's, I don't want to see the co-opting effect of what's been going on with all this PR mind manipulation propaganda that they've been pushing out, which the whole brand situation is part of. I don't want to see that being co-opted and turned into some kind of inept, ineffectual, violent outcome on the streets, where it's just going to get nipped in the bud. It's going to get enabling effects to do with the increased police state. You just don't need that shit. If you want to go out and protest, fair enough. If you want to go out and share some information and network with people and stuff like that and shout at these politicians and whatever, go and do it. Yeah, let them know that you ain't afraid and you know what the fuck they're playing at. But don't get involved in any kind of craziness. It ain't going to be helpful in the long run. It ain't going to be the revolution you think it'll be.
In layman's terms,
Indeed.
don't burn shit down. It don't help.
Yeah.
I mean seriously, because there is a strong possibility for fucking idiots to take to the street and start burning stuff down. 5th of November. Don't get me.
Well, they are. The anonymous people are calling for a day of civil disobedience. Now, I know that there is going to be a gathering in our town centre that I will be wandering down to, simply if only to document and to video, plus also then to ask some pertinent questions to the police that will inevitably
I'll be going
there.
to cover all the brilliant, amazing, genuine people that have got behind this movement, because I think, let's make it clear, man, it ain't, let's not take away from the people who
the grassroots.
How can I explain this? Let's not take away the good, positive feeling that's going into this, and this.
Yeah.
But in the same token, let's not it be destroyed. Let's not go start burning shit down for the sake of it, man. Ain't big, ain't clever, it ain't helping nobody, man.
No, stand together in solidarity for the right reasons that you know in your own heart. You don't need to resort to violence. If anything, that just helps their agenda. You're enabling the system that they want to set up when you start getting dragged into that shit. I'm not saying don't defend yourself. I'm not saying being an absolute pacifist. But the non-aggression principle does not remove your right to self-defense. If a copper's beating you over the head with a truncheon, then defend yourself.
Yeah, smack him in the face.
The point is, don't try and enact some kind of change by utilising force and violence, because all you're doing is building the same bloody structure all over again.
I feel quite certain that when I get down there, if I do speak with some police officers and I explain my stance to them on their hierarchical system, they're probably going to want to beat me up, because I'm going to basically say to them, look, I don't recognise your authority, because the government that you work for is in breach of trust. And therefore, if they are working for somebody else and not who they're supposed to be working for, basically all you are in front of me is another human being in a fancy dress outfit, and I'm not going to do as you tell me. And if you request something, I'm going to politely decline it. And if you order me to do something, I'm not going to do it unless, of course, they then use physical violence and lock me in a cage, which could quite possibly happen. But
yeah, that's something that you do have to be prepared for. If you want to go and take part in this kind of stuff, then you have to be prepared for it and accept the fact that it might happen to you. You might get picked up and arrested. You might not get some kind of criminal charge against you. Most of the time, they just throw you in a cell overnight and then kick you out in the morning. But it might happen to you. Well, so don't go if you're worried about that kind of thing.
Well, building on what you're saying then, Cookie, then, man, I am going. I'm going to go and see what's happening. I'm trying to go as some as alternative media to cover it, in the sense that I've got court the next day, so I would rather not be arrested before.
Get detained. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think
And
it's going to.
And
At
another
least you'll
point
get
for
a,
me.
at least you'll get a lift to the magistrates.
Another-
But wait, last time I went through all that rubbish, man, I don't mean to sound fucking elitist or nothing, man, but I do not fucking belong in holding courts in Glasgow Sheriff Court, man. Swear to God, man. I mean, respect to you brothers, everyone that's in there, man, but like, if you're ever held in there, oh dearie me, man.
Another point I want to.
If you're no shitting your
myself.
fucking pants and fucking needing to fucking inject or fucking jellies or something to keep you down, man, you're not killing the gang. You've got nothing to talk about, man. If you ain't got your downers to talk about, you're out of conversation, man. People are shitting themselves around you, and you just need to swim in the shit, basically.
Let me say this point, because before we drift away from the anonymous thing, I agree with Jam Noise, put this in the chat as well. This is something that's been this attitude for me for a long time, and why I'm not that comfortable with some of the anonymous stuff that they do. The wearing of the mask thing, like I just said not long ago, go to these protests and shout at these people so you make it obvious to them that you know what they're doing, you don't believe the bullshit, and in doing so you have to stand up and be who you are. So that means showing your face and saying, yes, I am me, I am here, and I am saying this. I'm not pretending to be somebody else. I'm not hiding myself away because I'm in fear of you. No, I'm not in fear of you. I am here, and I'm telling you, you are wrong. You're talking earlier about being direct with people and not pussyfooting around. It's no good waving a sign and saying, "Oh, this isn't quite right," or I don't think I quite agree with this. You need to tell them, "Fuck off. This is wrong. You are stealing from us. You are killing us. Stop it. If you don't stop it, we will start dismantling it." Yeah? So you have to be there and be yourself. I know I use a pseudonym online, but for the authorities, it's nobody at all to know who I am. They know exactly who I am. They've got plenty of photos of me at protests. I've quite happily posed for the photos.
They've seen Lord of the Rings.
We were all in the sheep pen down at Watford. Them people know who we are if they want to find out. And I think all three of us have got all sorts of stuff all over the internet. And Cookies, you guys probably a lot more well known than I am, but still, if they want to know who I am, then I'm sure they can find out.
I rolled a joint next to Stacey Herbert.
So did I. Sat and smoked it with her as well, didn't you?
Max Kaiser might be listening, man.
That's alright. He'll just he'll do another one of his little leprechaun dances.
No, I swear to God, buy Bitcoin, people. Did I not tell people to buy Bitcoin?
Fuck you.
One world digital currency, people. It's brilliant. Buy it.
Bitcoin is a virtual face palm.
No, RT says it's good. Buy it. Max Kaiser, he looks like a lizard more than me. Buy it.
Did you see the suit he was wearing at the Bilderberg?
Oh, I couldn't take my eyes off.
Pattern.
I couldn't take my eyes off his Pope slippers.
Mm.
He had Pope slippers on, but
his red shufflers.
Am I not guys? I swear to God, man, I don't fucking subscribe to that hairy fairy stuff a lot, man. But when you meet somebody and you get a chill down your spine, tends to be a really good sign. Max Kaiser brought that about on me, man. I mean, that guy, creepy, to say the least. Am I not right in saying that though? Just to see the guy in the flesh, it's like, no nice, man. And then. But RT tells you Bitcoin's good, so buy it.
I used Nicker Chief's camera to video some of the stuff that Max Kaiser was talking about. I'm assuming Nick still got it. Probably tell us in the chat room. But yeah, he was proper pushing Bitcoin, proper pushing it like it's the way forward. It's what's going to bring down the system.
Well, I'll say something that.
Every Ponzi scheme relies on that kind of positive PR. It's great, folks. It's great, folks. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Because the more you buy, the more profit I make. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. So that's why they're pushing it that way.
And look how it's made money. It's made money off of illegal drugs, right? Bitcoin has cemented itself in the global economy with the trade of illegal drugs through Silk Road, right? Now that they've cemented themselves using illegal drugs, they've now went, right, we're not going to be directly connected with Silk Road, so we're going to scrap that, bust them, right? And then Silk Road gets busted, and then now Bitcoin's the fucking new best thing since fucking sliced bread. Give me a fucking break. Next thing you'll be telling me Russell Brand will be popping up in the BBC trying to sell us a revolution. Oh shit, man, I'm in a time machine here, man. Welcome to this week. Fuck's sake, man. I don't know, man. Is it just me or am I the only one that's awake, man? What kinds of buying into this bull crap?
Well, remember as well, I mean, there's a lot of that goes on in this kind of environment, this truth movement, protest activist movement, whatever you want to call it. There is that, I feel, misguided perception that you're the only one that sees this stuff and everybody else is asleep, everybody's a sheeple, everybody's a zombie. It's not fair and it's not true and it's stereotyping and it's boxing poo.
That is, mate, but why? Right, and I think we know the answer, right? I think I know the answer to this question, and I think it's divide and conquer. But like again, why is the question is why is this all happening? And I'm saying that the answer is divide and conquer. It's horrible, but it's horrible to see it happening, isn't it? It's when you do know the answer, it's horrible to actually see it working on people in the sense like, let's unite and say the government's a cunt, rather than like, why is the government a cunt? Oh, well, it's because Russell Brand says so.
Yeah, it's like, can't you see every other effect in your daily life to prove why it needs to be dealt with? You need a celebrity Jesus figure to stand up and lead the way. Why do you need that confirmation? Why do you need that justification? You should know this already in your heart, and you should have got to the realization point of the conviction of knowing that knowledge.
Cookie,
you don't need these figures to tell you it's right or wrong.
Russell Brand is every bit the stereotypical white man's Jesus as you are Gandalf. Do you know what I mean? It's like the guy you couldn't draw many better though, isn't he? He's literally been offered up as a fucking caricature, man.
Yeah, lovely stereotype and role archetypal figure for a large demographic at the moment. The metrosexual, neo-dandy, slightly anti-authoritarian, but in a safe way, in a nice, safe way that will allow the establishment to carry on. Yeah, he's perfectly suited for it.
Just a quick interjection. It's good to see my good friend and brother from another mother, Nicker Chiefs, doing his best to flirt with Jam Noise in the chat room. That's fantastic.
She's married, mate. Leave the poor woman alone.
Is Nick a leg man?
Jam Noise is a very attractive lady. Jam Noise is an incredibly attractive lady. And I don't blame him for flirting with her. She's lovely.
Oh no, I can see that. I mean, what are you talking about? How would I know that, Nick?
What's that, sorry? Oh, no, they're chatting in the chat room. Have a look in the chat room.
Go and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah,
No, I was being sarcastic. I said, how would I know she's good looking? It's not as if I've got her profile picture.
Just look on your CIA dashboard. There'll be all the camera feeds for everybody who's involved in listening in, right? Yeah, it's all being logged and recorded to the data center in Utah.
I'm being sarcastic in the sense. I'm being sarcastic in the sense that I'm not looking at it. Of course I'm not looking at it.
And there's a sort of opportune opening of a rabbit tunnel sort of mention as well as another side effect of this brand affair. I feel what is evidently an actual campaign, this is definitely a campaign. It's not a one-off, it's not a random out of the blue lucky strike onto the mainstream at all. There is that aspect of what I call the whack-a-mole effect. They want the revolutionaries, the people who've got the inclination to be led into that situation of being the fire starters. They want them to show themselves, and they will show themselves by reacting to this clarion call via brand to start a revolution. So you get that aspect as well. Remember, everything we're doing online, and even beyond online now, because it affects your mobile phones and your landlines and stuff like that, the blooming street lamps have cameras and microphones on them, so they're listening in and watching you all the time, and all this information is being data stored and data mined, so they know what the global consciousness is thinking about. That's why I called it steering and smearing when I initially put the video up about brands. This is a campaign to steer and smear anybody that's questioning the status quo, that's rocking the boat of the establishment. And if you want to, if you're inclined to enact that kind of violent revolution, then they want you to do it because it will enable their Phoenix revolution technology that they've used time and again and again and again. So you want to burn it down? Okay, go on then, burn it down. We'll be safe in our bunkers. And when you finish rampaging in the streets, we'll come out and we'll build the new version. And the walls will be even bigger this time. Rant over. Then you didn't ring your bell. You missed your cue. You missed your cue.
I'm scared to ring my bell because it broke last time, man. I need to be gentle with it.
You love the neighbours coming round as well.
Oh,
is it time for cake?
Yeah, you don't want my neighbours coming round, man. No, but Cookie, what would you suggest on the table after? Right, say for instance, right, the ship burns down and we need to suggest what's going to be there after. What questions, what suggestions? No, I'm not saying what system should be put in there in law, but what suggestions would you put on the table for if there is a round table to be had after the shit hits the fan, man?
Well, without going too far into any one particular ism or ideology or political theory or whatever, my main concern would be the practicalities of people's day-to-day lives. So how do we organise ourselves so that people have got access to food and services, you know, water and stuff like that? That's really where I'd start from. From that point, if we can approach that in a willing, voluntarist fashion of wanting to take part and enable this new way of living, then that would set the groundstones to build a voluntarist system. And from that point, it would develop naturally on its own. As more and more people are free of the artificial subjugation that's imposed on them by the authority structure, they would concentrate on enabling their day-to-day existence, and that would build a more natural, compassionate way of interacting with each other, because you don't exist in a vacuum.
You're a socialist, man. You're a socialist.
No, I'm not, because I'm not saying that anything has to be applied by force. What are you going to do tomorrow when 60 million people don't have access to food because all the supermarkets have been looted and everything's been nicked and the trucks aren't coming to bring more? What are you, if you're the person sat around this round table deciding how things are going to happen, what would you do, mate? The first concern would be, how do we feed all these people?
The infrastructure, I agree. See, when I was saying that you're a socialist, I was saying that, I was laughing when I was saying it in the sense because I understand that, like, anything that anybody does can be brought under any label to condemn it.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, anything anybody does can be brought under even what you're saying could be brought under a capitalist fucking banner to condemn it. And I'm with you, like, first and foremost, infrastructure's fucking prime. Like, if literally the shit's going to hit the fan and there's going to be normal people, as I would like to call them, because as we know, the elites have pouches and they keep fucking giraffes in their pouches. But that's enough about the elites and their
With the head
pouches.
sticking out. Get back, Jeffrey.
Fucking, that's enough about the elites and their pouches, but we get rid of the elites with their pouches because we don't want any pouches in government. But
Hang on. What do you mean by get rid of? And this is something that I'll probably end up
This is
giving
important.
I'm a socialist.
this is important, right? And I'm talking in very general terms and with a bit of fucking joke behind me. But literally put them in an island and go, here's all your shiny things, count it together. I do not. Well, like, everybody knows how much I hate the fucking Queen, right? And I would quite like to hang her for treason.
Well, if you want to join our gang, you've got to really hate the Queen.
Oh no, but like seeing reality, if I was put in a position where I could bring these things about, I obviously wouldn't want to hang the Queen. What I would do is I would just make the royal family lepers. Is it better or worse? I don't know.
No.
Like, I wouldn't kill them.
Imagine the Queen working in your local supermarket on the checkout till.
I couldn't
Imagine
kill people.
the humiliation of that.
What I do know, I couldn't kill somebody, right? I couldn't sanction the killing of somebody just for being a greedy fuck, right? Because greedy fucks exist, right? I just want to stop them being greedy fucks. I want to take away the ability for them to be greedy fucks. But I'm not going to fucking take away their ability to breathe. I just want to take away their ability to be a greedy fuck, right?
I would
sense?
simply love to see them wonder where their next meal's going to come from. Because, I mean, there are many people of privilege who have never, ever had to wonder or worry about where their next bit of food's going to come from and how much of it there's going to be. I mean, I can remember when I first left home and I was on benefits, and as a young 16, 17-year-old, my gyro was spent mostly on beer and cigarettes. So then I can remember cooking up a meal of all we had in the cupboard at the house that we all shared was a bag of flour and some sugar. So we made some dough balls with sugar and fried it in a deep fat fryer, and that was enough to get me through 3 days, 4 days, something like that, while waiting for my next little handout. You know what I mean? And I would love for those people to have to.
Yeah, I really, what I'd like to do if a large portion of the current way the world is continues, let's put it from that because it'd have to enable it. I would really love to take some of these people, deposit them with a willing to participate third world tribal group of people, and leave them there for at least 2 years. That's it. Simple as that. Take away all their connections, you know, don't allow them to have a mobile phone or any shit like that, and just leave them to be part of that community. Possibly.
Would you let them take some of their shiny stuff with them? Just to torture them a bit, mentally torture them with, you know, you can sit there and look at your shiny stuff.
Cookie, I think that would
No,
cure them.
because that's resorting to similar tactics of their own. I wouldn't torment them.
I wasn't.
He was being deadly serious. No, but Cookie, I'm with you. I think that would actually cure them. And I'm with you in the sense that it would take them away from this absolute paradigm where you're only worth what you can earn. You're only worth what somebody will pay you per week to fucking crunch some numbers.
In a way, that's still there in a way, but it's brought back to a more natural balance, because they would have to take part in the tribal community's existence, which means therefore they'd have to get their hands dirty, they'd have to get involved with some basic manual labour, they'd have to get socially interacting with the tribal people, they'd have to learn to exist as part of a community, because that's what they've lost. whether it's through inbreeding or indoctrination, that's what they've lost. They are so narcissistically turned inwards on themselves, they think they're the only thing in existence and everything else is there for their pleasure. That's not reality, and it's totally unhealthy.
It is
Now, this is why I use the analogy of the dragon, and I think it's why in our mythology the analogy of the dragon is there in our history, in our heritage, because that's what the dragon does. It brings everything to itself and it consumes everything into itself, and it sits on top of its pile and says, you can't have it, this is mine. That's what they do.
Here's something that can tag into everything what we've been saying and can be a topic you could run with forever, and it's profit. It's profit. Now, before, because I'm pretty sure both of you have your very own unique take on this, and I'll say mine's. I have no problem with profit, but I think the profit depends on where the money supply comes from. If you're thinking in the terms of a system where a government or a central body exists. So what do you think about profit?
Well, I've been. Well, I don't know if everybody else is familiar with Stefan Molyneux's work. I don't agree and subscribe to absolutely everything that he thinks, because I don't think anarchy and capitalism can run side by side or even be bedfellows. And I try not to think about profit, to be honest. It's something that...
Could you run a business for profit, Nick?
Could I run a business for profit? No, yeah. I'm not clever enough.
No. Like, I'm not talking about your lack of. Do
you mean morally?
Yeah, I think that's what it means.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, I was going to talk about your lack of ability to run a business there, but no, like fucking morally, mate. Do you think the concept of profit? Do you think? Like, have you ever scraped behind the surface of like the blind story that we're all sold? Whereas capitalism means that profit's good. Whereas I think there's nothing wrong with profiting. It depends where the money supply's from and what you're profiting from. I mean, I think those questions are neglected in the whether profit's good or bad. Like, that's very fucking black or white.
Well, I don't know. Nick's just put in the chat room, corruption is bad, profit is okay as a need to feed your family. For me, I think I've gone on about it a lot, and it's a work in progress and all that. Like, I just think we should all share. I was brought up with the ability to do so. I was taught how to do so. Well, I knew how to do so anyway, you know. But
see, Nick, I really do agree with you in the sense that yeah, we should all share. But I also agree in the sense that the people that try that wee bit hard, there should also be there should also be incentive for competition. And I think that can be incorporated with all share. Like, everybody has everybody has some goodies, but the most creative might have a wee bit more goodies. If that, it's very simplistic, but like.
Can I interject on you?
Yeah, of course you can, mate. I'm a bit stumped for that, to be honest. Not in the fact that I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm a bit stumped with it because my utopia is everybody sharing and no need for competition. So I know that, you know, I'm only ever heading towards my utopia and probably never ever going to get there. But yeah, really, to be honest, I think there is a finite amount of resources, but there's enough to go around. So
do you think competition, though? Do you not think that a lot of industry and new invention has came from people competing with each other? I mean, like, I would love to
Let me interject before you go further, because otherwise I'll have 3 things to answer that I want to say anyway. A couple of things about what you're saying about profit. For one thing, what defines profit? Are you talking about a currency system, or are you talking about people benefiting? For example, knowledge can be a profit to you, as in you've just benefited your own life because you just learned something new. Does that mean you profited off somebody else because they gave you the knowledge?
I was talking in the sense of the current monetary paradigm, in the sense that usury.
What I'm trying to describe to you is a way that we can not necessarily get rid of a way of viewing this that is unhelpful, but the paradigm has indoctrinated you to see things in that way. The other thing to add into that is why does profit have to be negative gain? This maybe gets a bit too philosophical, but you can have a plus sum gain for both parties involved. There can be a way of interacting where both parties benefit. In that sense, again, what is wrong with profit? Both parties are profiting from this interchange. At the moment, the paradigm we have works on a negative sum gain system where somebody always loses out. And this is where I was going to carry on with it. This is where you get into the problem of exploitation and greed. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with profit if everybody's involved in that. Yeah, we're all profiting, and yes, you can still have like a competition going on, but everybody's benefiting in some way, in some manner. So there's not a loss involved here. There's not something going out of one person's pocket and into the other. Does that make sense?
Well, I think when we start talking about this thing, it really does go along the line of like Crowley's teachings and stuff. It really does, in the sense that the human how can I explain this? We are taking the teachings. We are taking the teachings into our own hands. I mean, I don't know. Does that make any sense? No.
I'm not sure whether you mean in reference of like claiming your power back to yourself. That could be one aspect, which, yes, certain sides of what Crowley talks about, but the core kind of teachings that he himself references, yeah, that is about taking power back to yourself.
It's like it's like Luciferian in the sense that if you try and take the powers.
It's only let me make this really clear. It's only Luciferian if you are a follower of the Abrahamic religions, because Lucifer is part of their theology. So if you don't adhere, if you're not a believer in one of the Abrahamic religions, then to use the label Luciferian is just a descriptor label. Doesn't mean that you're some kind of evil doer or you're going to murder babies or whatever. Do you see what I mean in that sense? And this is a big part of the misrepresentation of a lot of the ancient knowledge that was co-opted and twisted by what became the New Age movement. And a lot of this stems out of the end of the 19th century and the start of the 20th century, and what grew into the spiritualism churches and stuff like that and became the New Age movement. You're talking about taking the power back to yourself. You are a direct connection to the power of the everything. Whether you want to call that God or whatever, that's up to you. There is a point, a singularity of focus that exists through you. Your existence is it. And finding your connection back to that is claiming your power back for yourself. It's a lot of what was misappropriated and used by figures such as Crowley to enable him to dominate others. It's a classic magician's trick. It's a sorcerer's trick of messing with people's minds and taking their authority off them so that they become a servant. That's what it all comes back to. Are you a master or a servant? No, sorry, I'm neither, because I don't want either. I'm my own master and my own servant. I'm not servant or master of anybody else. Does that make sense in that respect?
It does, man.
connecting it to the stuff you were saying about money and financial systems and economy and whatever, again, for me, it's demonstrable that you can have interchanges where everybody profits in some way. If you're providing a service that people want, what is wrong with the fact that you enable your own existence by providing that service? That can be defined as profit. The only question then is to not fall into greed and exploit others to aggrandize your own situation. In other words, you exploit others to maximize your profit. That's what corporations do.
Well, like, I just know, like, the Luciferian stuff that we've touched on there, man, was pretty deep.
Well, it's true. There is that.
I'm laughing because I'm lost for words, man.
No, it's fair enough, mate. These are really deep core concepts to existentially analyse your own existence, what it is to exist and what it is you're experiencing. Yeah, this is a lot of what the theologies of all the different religions and the storylines that they push, it's what it follows. It is that kind of monomyth idea that you are self-realizing sentience, exploring your own existence and going from one realization to the next, to the next, to the next, and growing and growing and growing until you return back to divinity. And the morning star is just one way that they've co-opted the principle of the process of that realization, of you discovering something in your reality, and you've got that kind of eureka, aha moment, the turning on of the light. Why it says in the beginning of the Bible in Genesis, you know, let there be light, there was light, that moment of realization of sentience. So I'm getting, you know, digging really deep in there, but that's what it relates to.
Well, there's nothing wrong with digging deep in there, man. It's ultimately where everybody wants to go, I'm pretty sure. I mean, no matter how shallow you start, ultimately you want to, like, sort of there's a place you're wanting to take you, and I think everybody ends up in the stars. I think no matter...
You do, and yeah, even if you're a total empirical materialist, your body will eventually fade and die, and your constituent parts will go back into the planet. And when you really look down into the microcosm of what it is that makes up your physical body, you are made out of stardust. You're made out of exactly the same bits and pieces that come out of stars.
Well, I'm a big proponent of... who the fuck are we to say what is alien and what's not when ultimately we are stardust? I mean, yeah. There is no fucking... how can you differentiate between what's alien and what's not when ultimately human beings, every single one of us, are stardust and by definition alien.
Yeah, this is why for me, over the years, as I was sort of working my way through all this kind of stuff, it was why things like racism just become completely asinine. Because it's like, what are you talking about, mate? Are you a hydrogen racist? Are you anti-hydrogen? It gets totally ridiculous. It's meaningless, absolutely meaningless.
Racism's just mirrored back to you as hatred of yourself.
Self-hatred.
Really, you know?
Yeah, geez, it's self-hatred.
I think it's like maybe in the naivety of where I am, I would call it the ultimate Jedi mind trick right now. It's the ultimate Orwellian. It's the our ultimate statement of like the fact that you actually talk about it makes you racist in fucking definition. So the only people that aren't racist are the people that don't talk about it. Then if you don't talk about it, the racists say you're racist because you don't talk about it. So it's the do you know what I mean? It is the ultimate fucking Jedi mind trick. You can't escape it. It's the fucking... I mean, I only see one race, human beings. You fucking racist motherfucker. You know what I mean? Right, those black
I mean,
cunts.
the amount of times I've been called an anti-Semite because I say that I don't like Zionism, right? I mean, if I had a pound for every time I'd been called an anti-Semite, I would be an incredibly wealthy man now. You know, because and the thing is, how can I be an anti-Semite when I'm pro-Palestinian?
Because
I mean, the Palestinians are Semites, you know.
It's exposing the layers of ignorance, isn't it, and the layers of complexity, because people are trained to think that the words anti-Semitism means anti-Jewish. They don't look into the actual proper definitions of what it represents, and then it's pretty obvious that
it's like Holocaust.
Semitic people or Arabic people, blah blah blah. So being anti-Semitic is the opposite to what they tell you it is. Orwellian or what?
Holocaust and genocide are two words that have absolutely just been hijacked by Jewish cunts, and it's out of order. And it's like, oh, you're an anti-Semite for saying Jewish cunts. No, well, it's been hijacked with Jewish people under the disguise of Zionism, and then ultimately, oh, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. No, it's not the Jews. The Jews are fucking controlled by the fucking Vatican. But it doesn't mean that they're fucking uncomplicit. It still means that there's a certain section within that fucking sect that are fucking complicit in the lies that are getting perpetrated. So it's not the Jews. It's not the Jews.
Sorry, Mike.
It's not the Jews. It's the Zionist movement within the Jews, and then it's not. It's like the easiest way to shut people's arguments down is, you're just an anti-Semite. You're the Jew. You're like saying it's Israel. It's the creation of Israel and Zionism, fucking ideology that is created all that fucking death and destruction. I mean, I've got a guy in my channel who I'm convinced is Mossad, right? But he says he's a Glaswegian Israeli Egyptian, I think. I don't know. Right, but anyway, I'll need to show you. I'll send you his link. I'll send you his link at some point. But I speak to him all the time, right? Well, in fact, I don't. He fucking comments in every single one of my videos, and I'm like, hey, smiley face, hey, well done, hey, nice, thanks. Because it's just a bit boring after a while, because he's not adding anything to the argument. But he came at me with his backup because he didn't like me using Jedi mind tricks. Then when I explained to him where the Jedi mind tricks was coming from, he accepted my... well, he understood where I was coming from, and he seems to be on the same page as me right now. But fuck knows if fucking 2 weeks down the line he's going to be in the Jewish Times saying, look at this anti-Semite. And when I haven't said anything, I mean, I don't hate anybody that's Jewish. I just don't like. Oh no, in fact, sorry, this was the point I was trying to make. This dude agreed with me that Israel existed before Israel. Now that sounds a bit of a stupid thing to say, but the region of Israel existed within Palestine before the state of Israel existed, right? Now, Jewish people have stayed there for fucking millennium, right? Sometimes in more persecution than others. But it doesn't mean that you have to have a Jewish supremacist state on top of that. It's all about control of fucking the mount, I think. But anyway, that was my point now. The guy, the Israeli... No, he is an Israeli because he said he stays in Israel. He said he stayed in Israel, so he's an Israeli. But he doesn't. He's against the state of Israel, but he has been a citizen of Israel, and
so he's still got an Israeli passport. He's a joint citizenship.
I've not asked him. He stays in London now. Apparently, he stays in London. He's Glaswegian. One of his parents is Glaswegian. And again, this is why I say allegedly, because it all sounds pie in the sky. One of his parents is Glaswegian. He's Israeli, but he's English. Do you know what I mean? Dual citizenship. He stayed in Israel for 1.5 years or something, and he agrees with my point of view.
The thing is, though, in the long run, is just look at what they're doing. You know,
Genocide.
and
Genocide.
look back through their own history. You know, their own spokespeople, the people who set it all up and whatever, quite blatantly said, you know, we will reclaim this for ourselves. This will be for us. And I know that's a large part of that kind of Zionistic agenda.
Cookie, you sound
but
like
that made it quite...
you sound like a very reasonable man and would stop somebody if they're being over the top, right? And I want to put something out here that makes sense to me, right? A lot of people say, me included, that Israel is an apartheid state, right?
Yeah, it is.
I'm going to go fucking further than that, right? What was apartheid in the fucking classic sense of apartheid? The classic sense of apartheid was South Africa. Now, what was the classic sense of apartheid in South Africa? It was the white people taking advantage of the black people, right? There was black people buses. I put it to you that fucking Israel's worse than apartheid because Israel doesn't want the fucking Palestinians. They want to annihilate them. It's genocide in them, aye. So
they are systematically.
Can I just interject here as well, please? Just 1 second. Like, if you look at what the state of Israel is doing to the Palestinians, in my opinion, it can be construed as worse than what the Nazis did to the Jews, if you can believe the history books, right? Because the thing is, it was condemned when the Nazis were doing it to the Jews, right? And it's very rarely condemned what Israel is doing to Palestine. Very rarely, and only by people like ourselves. Everybody else seems to be just turning a blind eye to it, you know. And these people are like you say, genociding the Palestinians. You've only got to look at when Israel was first created out of nothing, you know, and that land was then called Israel, right? The separation of the separation of Israel and Palestine, and it's just you've only got to look at like the time scale of it on the maps, if it's like color coded, and how big Israel is now compared with how big it was initially
when it was first founded. The growth of it, and their aim is towards what they call the Greater Israel. So it will get bigger if they get away with it.
No, but
which
it's not.
So far they have been.
Cookie, this is
I
the
can't
thing.
see them not getting away with it because you know there are not enough people in the right places to do anything about it, or there are not enough people that have the desire to do anything about it, because they just seem to be quite content in turning a blind eye to the crimes that are going on. That is one horrible terrorist state.
See, this is
probably the most terrorist state on the planet right now.
See, this is one of the things that upsets me, man. Cookie, you said if they get away with it, and it's like, and like, I know you're on the right side of things, mate, but this, you, me, everybody's getting caught in the Jedi mind trick of it. It's like, we're all arguing about whether it's happening or not, and it is fucking happening.
No,
that wasn't what I was saying.
But I'm not saying that you are denying that it's happening. I'm saying that, like,
they are getting away with it.
Yeah, like we're even getting, I think this is the better way of wording it. Even we are getting caught up in the Jedi mind trick of it. We were sitting down and discussing whether it's right or wrong. And at the end of the day, there is a literal genocide and fucking. I mean, Look what happened when they
Dude,
released.
this-
They had 20 amount of prisoners the other day. Fucking nut job. And he releases those 20 odd prisoners. And what does he do in the back of fucking releasing those 20 odd prisoners? He starts building more fucking illegal settlements. It's a fucking joke, man.
Yeah, I know. And what I meant was not that they're not getting away with it now, which they are. I was referencing the expansion to become greater Israel, the borders that they're trying to stretch out into other, their neighbouring countries. That is something that they haven't completed yet, but at the moment they're doing very well at it. Thank you very much. They're taking lots of land for themselves and claiming, look on Google Maps and it says Israel when you're actually still within the boundaries of Egypt and stuff like that. They're already getting away with it.
Yeah, the Golden
But what I was
Heights,
referencing, and one thing I want to note here, because for me, a lot of what I do and a lot of the perspective I try to get out for people is that it's only once we start taking part in these kind of conversations that starts the ball rolling. You're going to give me a lot of feedback with that, right?
Yeah, me and all. I'm getting shitloads of feedback.
You personally, way too much feedback. Is that better? You personally may not be able to be in a position where you can actually directly stop what is going on. So you may not be able to go out there over to Israel and help the Gazan people and help the Palestinian people and try and make it not happen. So in that respect, we need more people to create a gravitational weight of movement to stop this happening. That's what stopped apartheid in South Africa. It was by more and more people turning around and saying, this ain't right, we want them to stop. And that communication eventually reaches an exponential point where enough people who are able to get off their asses and actually make it stop will actually get up and do it. I know it's a frustrating process, but that's the way it works. So for me, a lot of this is don't get stuck into impotent anger where you get so angry and frustrated because you can't actually physically put your hands on this problem and fix it. You need to express about this problem so that more and more people get involved, so that more and more people then will be willing to get up and actually do something about it.
Do you honestly think that apartheid's been stopped in South Africa? Like, I know apartheid.
Not really, no. It's
definitely been reduced.
I mean, I was going to say it was exacerbated in a sense. It was consolidated. That's probably a good word for it. It was consolidated in a sense that people had enough guns and people had enough power to go, right, well, say there's no problem anymore rather than no problem existing.
Yeah, it became a corporatist apartheid, which I could argue that we are living in here in this country, because you are
America,
financially.
Look at America. Ask the natives in America if apartheid stopped in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Where the G4S spout from? That would be South Africa. Wouldn't it? South Africa was the testing ground for G4S. We were talking about earlier on about sort of pockets of testing grounds, and South Africa was the testing ground for G4S.
Look at the example of what they did with those striking miners, where they shot and killed. Yeah? And you say, like, has apartheid really ended? Well, of course it hasn't, because people are still being segregated and controlled in that kind of fashion. Yeah. It's just that now it doesn't have a sign next to the water fountain that says whites only.
No, it's
just because they took that side down, it's still happening.
It's an economic apartheid rather than a racial one, or a perceived racial one, because I hate using that word. Because
and that's what I meant when I say, like, I could argue that we're living in that kind of apartheid because it is an economic class system of apartheid.
No, I definitely, mate. I would agree with you that definitely, like, in the UK, there's no doubt in my mind that whatever segregation and however you want to...
it's not just us. It's every westernised nation, most definitely.
It's every country in the world, I would suggest.
Yeah.
It's every country in the world, I would suggest, in their different ways. like we're saying, like South Africa, it's sold to us as oh well, it's racial, it's economic, racial. Over here, it's sold to us in the sense that oh look, it's the brown people coming over here, taking all our jobs. It's sold to people in different ways in different countries, but it's got the same end effect where it's like imploding yourself and don't be self-sufficient. I think
the Asian people in this country are absolutely elated that there's been a massive influx of Polish people. You know, it's like that. It's like what the black people said about the Asian people. You know, it's like, thank fuck the Asian people are coming over. They're getting it now. You know what I mean? And like the Asian people are now saying, thank fuck them Polish people are coming over because they're fucking getting it now. You know, it demonstrates it's the haves and the have-nots in the long run, innit? It's, you know, and the haves like to divide the have-nots, so they fight against each other, so they can keep controlling them, because they would prefer us to kill each other, so we're not looking at them thinking, fucking hell, what are they up to?
I have no problem with people arguing about the social engineering that's happening. But it's when people try and take it out on the individuals that have simply made the decision, I'm going to step across this imaginary border so I could maybe have a better life for my family. I mean, when you take it out on the individual that makes that decision, that's when I find it hard to understand. I can understand it if it's like the government's making social, the government are doing social engineering, but not in a sense like well, an individual has decided to try and make a better life for themselves.
Common tactic of the empire system, because really that's what this revolves back to. It's to enable divide and conquer.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Romans did it classically. When they took over an area, a new area, they would bring the troops from a completely different area to be the policemen in that area, because then the people who are in charge, the authority figures around you, don't care about your existence because it's not their home. You know, if everything gets burnt down and destroyed, they don't care because their home's all the way over there, the other side of the country. And it demonstrates that unfortunate xenophobia, jingoism, the tribalistic bad sides of people of, oh, you look different from me. You're not from round here, are you? You're from that other town, and the other town is full of dog-headed people. And it enables all of that, which means they can create little camps to fight against each other. So, as Nick said, you're too busy killing each other to take notice of what they're getting away with or what they're doing.
I mean, you can feel it firsthand. Me and Kib were only talking about it earlier on, because obviously there's an illusion that only white people can be racist. I've suffered much racism. I live in a predominantly Asian area, and I love living in a predominantly Asian area, and you don't get any less racist than me, I don't think. Maybe you do, I don't know.
He's racist,
but I walk into to a shop only a stone's throw away from here sometimes, and I feel like a leper, because I walk in. I must admit, I do, because I wear my hair as short as I do, not through choice, to be honest, like the guy said earlier on, the bald guy. But I do look a bit like the stereotypical skinhead. I've got a scar down the side of my face, and you know, I absolutely know that when the old guy behind the counter at Kadim's looks at me in the way that he does, I have a pretty good idea what he's thinking, you know, and it's racism. He is racist towards me. I can see it, and it's the divide and conquer thing. He doesn't know that I feel the way that I do. He just looks at me on face value. He judges the book by the cover, you know.
Again, I would say that's less of a clash of cultures and more of a problem with the social engineering that's happened with the government. I mean,
that's what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I have no problem with people crossing these imaginary lines that exist. I mean, why don't people address the real reasons, like social and economic differences between countries? They would promote, suggest, and make it logically a fucking absolute cert that people are going to skip borders. I mean, like that's what I really hate, when you see people taking out their anger, frustration at individuals or groups. You brown people, it's yous coming over here and taking our jobs. You're like, you fucking idiot, man. Are you trying to tell me if you weren't in their country?
In their position.
I'm still bouncing into the racist paradigm even as I speak. But if somebody's got the option of earning X amount in one country or going across an imaginary line and earning more money in another country, like, please tell me you're retarded if you don't make the decision to go and make the most money somewhere else. I mean, how can you hold that against the individual? And I'm talking about fucking where I live in a country where we've got to worry about fucking East Europe. Like, immigrants are not brown. Immigrants are in this country. Immigrants, typically, do you know what I mean? Though it's like the police. The police had to fucking apologise the other day, right? And this goes against my fucking. They had to apologise the other day for classing immigrants as brown people. When they didn't, they just classed immigrants as immigrants, and it's like it was the people who referred to the word immigrants as like that meant brown people, that brought the word racism into it. It's like
so they create another conflict.
Well, a really good one I like to harp on about is that I must be the only person that goes to an anti-fascist fucking demo and ends up wanting to shout at the anti-fascists for being fascists against the fascists.
Yeah, it's true.
It does my fucking tits in, man. And I mean, like, am I the only person that's standing there and seeing this? Or am I the only one that's willing to actually voice up and go, here, hold on a sec, I don't trust this gangster that's up here telling me about this shit. I don't care what colour he is. He's been fascist against fascists. I mean, it's an absolute fucking oxymoron, and I know I am nothing special, so how can I see this and other people can't? I don't know. It bamboozles me, man.
Because oftentimes people are distracted by the fake complexity that is given to them by the indoctrination. Again, we're back to that, putting you in a box, you have to choose one side or the other. You're either fascist or you're anti-fascist. So, sorry, mate, I'm neither. Both of them are talking bullshit as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. It's just the same old shit to get you fighting amongst yourselves again. Yeah.
You're either religious or you're an atheist.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Oh,
I'm an agnostic Buddhist. Figure that out. I sort of believe in myself, but I'm not sure.
Don't bring up atheism, man. I can wind up atheists to the fucking hilt, man, by telling them that they're religious in their beliefs, and they don't know how to deal with it. Are you an atheist? Yeah, well, you're dead religious.
Richard Dawkins is God.
Mate, atheists don't know how to deal with me when I tell them that they're religious in their beliefs. Like, I've honestly seen people have mental breakdowns in front of me, like,
Some of them will, because it creates a disjointed effect in their brain. They find it really difficult to comprehend how you can say something like that. It's like you just spoke a magic spell at them. They go, and you can hear the gears grinding in their head going, does not compute, does not compute.
Atheism and God do not compute.
Yep.
Your God is an atheist.
The one main point I always like to try and remind atheists, because almost always, 99.9% of the time, they are materialists. They believe that there is just the reality around us, you know, the 3D material universe, and that's it.
Their God is money. Atheists' God is money.
What I ask them is, like, well, what do you think happened before the Big Bang, or what do you think caused the Big Bang, etc., etc.? And they just stop at a brick wall. They're like, I can't think about that. Why? Because nothing existed before this. How do you know? Because there was nothing before this. It's literally a brick wall in front of their
it's all an
brains, their
accident.
self.
It's all
Yeah.
about one big. We're all big one accident.
The entire materialistic system is built on a belief that this thing happened however many trillions of years ago. It's just as much a belief system as any other belief system. Yeah, we can do experiments to show the physical reality around us. Yes, we can, repeatable experiments. But when you trace it all the way back to the beginning, how did that first shit happen? You can't even contemplate thinking about that kind of stuff because it just makes your brain explode. So how are you actually helping us understand what this reality is? It's a common problem.
The biggest oxymoron for me is the way the atheists staunchly believe in evolution, and it's like evolution's so intelligent, like, because I believe in intelligent evolution. I believe evolution happened, and there was intelligence behind it. So a lot of atheists find it hard to.
Do you believe that, or do you know that?
I believe that, man. That's what I believe, mate. I don't know nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I believe that fucking gravity exists.
I think that's why Nick's asking that question deliberately to define the difference between the word belief and the concept of knowledge.
I certainly wouldn't fucking say that. I wouldn't double down in anything that I say I believe, man. It's all as I see it as like I always
don't leap off any building saying I don't believe in gravity. You're not going to enjoy the result.
Gravity's a fiction.
So I'm pretty certain that gravity exists.
How religious are you in that belief?
I know gravity exists.
Well, I'm that certain of it that I don't throw myself out the window.
The question I'd ask you is, why do you think God is too stupid to think of the concept of evolution?
No, do you mean?
I know you say you agree with an intelligent process, but I'm saying, like, in respect to asking the atheist, why do you think that God wouldn't think of the process of evolution and enable it? Why are you trying to make God sound stupid, basically?
Like devil's advocate kind of thing. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I just that's why I believe in God, because ultimately I see intelligence and everything I see designed around me. Now, ultimately I really do. I mean, I see intelligence in fucking everything, man. I mean, I'm speaking to fucking two separate fucking entities, man, and my interpretation is I'm getting intelligent feedback, and I see intelligence as the golden ratio, man. It's just really blows my mind because it's everywhere. So the golden ratio, I think, I don't know, blows my mind. It's everywhere, man.
I don't know, Cookie, maybe you want to pick up on this one, mate. Pallister in the chat room has written, Richard Dawkins and other leading atheists are working on the Big Bang Theory. Check out the Something from Nothing with Lawrence Krauss. They aren't just saying nothing pre-Big Bang existed. So what is it they're actually saying, I wonder, you know? Maybe Pallister
they're changing their mind now. I still haven't got Hawkins' newest, I think it was his newest book, the one where he claims he's figured out how something could come from nothing. So it's another one of them on the long list of stuff that I'd like to get to and look at some point.
Just jumped into the chat room myself. I would like to say I know who Pallister is, man. He's on my YouTube channel quite a lot, man, and How you doing, buddy? That's all I would like to say, man.
Yeah, I've seen him. I think I'm subscribed to him actually. I know he's been on the tubes for quite a while. He's a regular contributor in that factor, in all this kind of stuff that we do. You know, the sort of looking for the truth and questioning stuff and all that kind of stuff. So yes, to address, or just to sort of add more stuff to what you're saying about the golden spiral or golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, stuff like that. The concept I've sort of come to is that after that initial beginning, or that initial, I'll use the word, although please don't misinterpret that with the usual religious connotations. After that first sound spread out, it, as part of what it is and how it is enabled, the subdivision upon subdivision that enables this entirety of existence that we see, naturally forms into a fractal, which by its very nature has certain patterns within it, because that's what fractals are. They're infinite, slight difference and repetition. You know, Buddha said this as well: difference and repetition, difference and repetition. And what we see exampled by things like the golden spiral, which you can see in nature all over the place, literally all over the place, the spiral of galaxies, the nautilus fish and the way it grows its shell, sunflower seeds, the way they grow on the planet, everywhere you can see this emanate. And when you start looking in a more,
I don't think you can emphasise it enough, Cookie, when you say everywhere, because it is everywhere.
And I was going to say, for me, when you start looking at this in a more multi-dimensional way, and I'm not saying I'm going out my head and using weirdness or magic or something like that, I'm just saying, thinking about the concepts, you can see this same fractal pattern emanate in for example, the ways we interact, the ways we form society, the way the planets interact with each other. All over the place there are various ways you can view and perceive this emanation of these patterns. There are patterns to nature, no matter how much the atheists try to deny that. There are. It could just be the way the existence has grown. It could be. There might be nothing to it, but I find that there is such predominance of this seeming intelligence that we might not understand or comprehend, I should say, in the same way as our own intelligence. It might not be like our own intelligence. I think more than likely it's not in any way like our intelligence. But there is something that seems to be unifying what is going on to such a degree that it enables what is going on. It's not entropy. It's not all falling apart. It's forming into stuff. That means there's something helping it in that direction.
Cookie, I just think I've thought of something that I've not actually asked you, but I would be extremely interested to find out. What is your actual religious stand, if you do have one, my friend? Because I don't know, maybe you're fluid and you're. Do you know what I mean? I've never asked you, like, what is your stand?
I don't. Well, just to clarify, I don't follow any particular religion, because religion, by its definition, implies some kind of doctrinal structure. I don't really follow that. Yes, I've got some core principles that I try and stick to, or follow, or benefit from, both for myself and others, but I don't follow doctrine. If anything, I would call myself agnostic shaman, or shaman, if you want to use a other way of saying it. You know, I'm agnostic because I don't feel that I can present what most people would call evidence to a lot of people and then be able to see the same thing that I can see. A lot of the evidence that we often refer to is anecdotal, and it's subjective and relative to each person and how they experience it and stuff like that. So to me, that's a lot where the shamanistic side of things comes in, because the more I sort of looked at the whole concept of that kind of interaction with your existence and with the existence you live within, it is a process of discovery and realization. And that is what shamanism is all about, really, at its core. It's not a set of magical instructions. It's not a magic formula. It's not one particular way of doing things. It's putting yourself into that environmental process. That's what shamanism is.
So what you're saying is you're a voodoo doctor?
No, because voodoo is actually a religion.
I'm glad you laughed at that, man, because it was making good spirit, man.
Yeah, there is a lot to it that you can find in other cultures and in other ways that I find are part and parcel of the truisms of that kind of spiritual outlook. Yes, there is. But there's also a lot of bullshit and magic and hokey-pokey and distraction, deception to play on the masses, in the same way as a lot of religion is. A lot of it is ceremony to placate people, to make them feel better, stuff like that, which in a way is a social service, you know, but I find the more traditional ways of doing that kind of what would be called social caregiving is much more honest and direct and grounded and balanced when pursued via that kind of shamanistic aspect.
Well, whatever pigeonhole.
I think what's vital. I think what's vital to understand about what Cookie says is that he takes principles from here, takes things from there. He similar to myself, you know, I am a Buddhist Rastafarian, I think, in some respects.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
cool.
Like,
No, a Buddha Rastafarian anarchist.
Yeah,
Buddha was an anarchist, Jesus was an anarchist. Haile Selassie, was Haile Selassie an anarchist? Maybe, I'm not sure on that.
Maybe not, I don't know. But, you know, it's like you can take a bit of this and a bit of that, and it's
when it comes down
to be able to wander around and take teachings from all over the place. I mean, I listen to a lot of Osho's work, you know, Rajneesh Osho. But I'm not a follower of his, you know. But there are many things that he spoke about that I've incorporated into my life, and I use some of his methods of meditation that have really, really improved my position for myself. Not my position above other people, but my position where I am, if you know what I mean.
Mentally, like that. Well, from me meeting, from me interacting with both of yous, man, I know that I like you're saying, Nick, I find myself in a better position now as I do before I met people like yourselves, man. And whether that's just being able to interact with people who have a similar point of view, who knows? But both of yous, man, yous are both like I don't know. It'd be very hard to. No, because I hate to use that because that means that I'm mental too. No.
If you do use that, you do realise we are both going to verbally beat you down.
But do you know, like, it's good to actually find people that it's good to go. Fuck it. It's good to actually exchange different ideas rather than just turn up and subscribe to one. I think that's a good way to describe it.
Can I give you a wonderful quote? The truth fears no question, set it free. The truth is like a lion, it fears no question, set it free. St. Augustine, I think. And I know some people will say, oh, St. Augustine, you know, connections to the Jesuits and stuff like that. Yeah. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Contemplate the message itself. And I find a hell of a lot of relevance and value in that. If what you're talking about is, if what the concepts are in your head are truth, put them out there, and if they don't succumb to being questioned, then they're more likely truth. It's basically the scientific method, but we're talking about digesting ideas You know, you put the idea out there, everybody has a look at it, everybody questions it, everybody tries to find a flaw with it, and if it's still standing, then that's truth. And for me, a lot of this comes back, when I talk about truisms, comes back to that process of how we interact with each other. We share and exchange ideas, and we digest those ideas by questioning them and talking about possibilities with each other. That is the process that is shamanism in another form. It's this form of us communicating, and it's what they, the usurpers, try to take away from you. You're too stupid to understand this kind of stuff. You shouldn't think about that. It means you're mental. You should be wearing a tinfoil hat and locked away in a padded room. No. You should talk about this stuff because this is your experience. This is your existence. This is your life path. If you want to know, ask a question.
Yeah, man.
Talk to others.
Take from the answer what you will and leave behind what you don't need or don't want, you know?
The more we talk about all these concepts, the more the truth will be exposed, and we'll all benefit from that.
Yeah. It's all about sifting through, isn't it, you know?
Yeah. This is why they operate by deception. This is why the dark path is the path of deception. Because to conceal and obfuscate, you know, occult means occulted, means put in shadow. So to do this stuff in the shadows and to keep the knowledge in the shadows, you help enable that hierarchical pyramidal system. So that's how they operate. That's why they are spies and agents and shit like that.
That's exactly why I came to the conclusion that the Masonic shit is nefarious, you know, because they need to hide what they're doing. If they need to hide what they're doing, then they must be up to no good. I can't prove it, but it certainly fucking looks like it.
It's what I refer to as Gnostic hierarchy, and that's not to be denigrated to Gnostics or the concept of Gnosticism, not at all. If anything, that is another big concept that's been misappropriated. But I'm using the word in its original form to imply knowledge, Gnostic knowledge, a knowledge hierarchy. They operate by controlling the knowledge you get access to and that you are authorized to be allowed to think about. Yeah, that's why people go to university and get a bit of paper that says they've been authorized to talk about this stuff. Yeah, that's part and parcel, a major part and parcel of how they enable the system that they benefit from and we don't.
Anyway, I think it's time we went into a break here. We don't do commercial breaks on this show, but and we also don't do crowdsourcing. However, if you would like to send us some of your wonderful cannabis, all donations are gratefully accepted.
Well, I was just wondering, like,
all cannabis donations are sent to Kip at.
We'll work for weed. No.
If you want to have a cannabis league, we shall grade it. We'll grade your shit free of charge.
Hopefully you can make it to the Premiership.
Yeah, man. Grade A, always welcome.
Sorry for cutting you off then, Cookie, man. It was something that just sprung into my mind.
I was just gonna reiterate my usual mantra at this point whenever the idea or talk about weed and cannabis comes up. Free the weed! Give it back to everyone. Decriminalise it. Stop treating it as something bad. It's not. It has a multitude of uses that are beneficial to us. Give it back to us.
I don't like the word decriminalise. I don't like any sort of words of any kind of structural...
I know it's an appeal to authority by me saying that. Yeah, I know, mate, because it enables their authority.
Yeah, man.
But we should reclaim it.
It's a herb. It should be neither criminal nor it shouldn't be regulated in any
that way at all. Yeah.
It should just be left alone to grow in the ground like a dog leaf is, or a dandelion, or anything.
I don't know, if you've got a politically correct garden, things like dock leaves and dandelions wouldn't be allowed, would they?
Well, at the moment, my garden's just full of pallets waiting to be broken up and put in the wood burner. And a bit of dog shit that I didn't clean up from earlier on, but it will be getting cleaned up later.
What are you giggling about?
Hold on, I'm going to send you a link in 1 wee second. I've just found a picture of Nick on cover, undercover. Hold on.
Right, has he got a stick-on moustache or something?
No, just wait. Jesus. Fuck, what did I send this? It's a Google Plus. Right.
Send it on the one that I know how to work, mate.
Right, I'll send it on Skype, right?
Well, I was just looking at the chat room saying, hello everybody, if you're still in the chat room, if you've come this far with us.
Cookie, I sent you on Skype, right? Just look at this link, right? I don't know, it's good for shits and giggles, man. It's Nick! He's pretending to be fucking this guy fucking from near Huddersfield, man. And he's really the master chef, dude.
Dining room
Oh, you're
puncher.
such a twat.
That's Nick, man.
Oh,
You're right though, he's quite a handsome chap, isn't he?
Mate, I guarantee he's not going cold at night, my friend. But, like, Jesus, I don't even know what's that story.
What is that story?
It's something about the BBC.
I only just glanced at the headline, I didn't really take any notice of that.
I was looking at the picture, I just put an image match.
I was just looking at the chat room again.
Alright.
Yeah, man.
Yes, I can see you in the chat room, sort of, you know what I mean, see the text anyway, no, just catching up.
Absolutely. And thanks for you guys for sticking around as well, it's been great having a chinwag with these guys, but it's always nice to read the chat.
Pallister asks, well, sort of asks, what I never understood was why some people think we need weed because it opens our minds, as if we need a plant to open our minds. Never understood that justification for it. Fair enough, you don't need it to open your mind, you don't need it.
I want to run with this as well after you, Cookie, mate.
It could be, to a certain degree, argued that there is biological, maybe psychobiological interaction with it because of the things in it like the CBDs. That more and more science has been coming out recently to show that your own body has the biological makeup to interact with these molecules. So is it part and parcel of our natural environment that we should be partaking of? Possibly, yes. But at the same time, I would also agree with you that you don't need it to open your mind. It's another one of those tools that for some people they can find very beneficial. I did. It helped me a lot. It still does. Other people find it unhelpful. It might make them feel more disjointed, more confused, etc. For each person their own, I feel. It's not harmful in any way that you should stop its use if people choose to use it. It's the individual's choice. If anything, it's beneficial for you in many biological ways.
Cookie, sorry man, I'm going to have to jump in.
I can always find my pineal gland. Always find my pineal gland. However, if I smoke cannabis, I can't live anywhere else but my pineal gland. It's just simple as that, you know what I mean? I don't need it to open my mind, it's just that it sort of paves the way for me to stop thinking about, or stop living elsewhere, like living in my mind rather than living in my consciousness.
I really think when people come to this conversation, we're all living in, and I hate to coin this term again, we're all living in the Jedi mind trick, and if you think about it, it's not why do people need this to open their mind, it's why should people not have this if they want to use it to open their mind, do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, you don't want to use it, fair enough, Why
And
have you got
yeah.
exactly? Why have you got a problem with people that want to smoke it? Right?
Yeah, agree.
And Jesus, this is kind of weird because this is for Pallister, and I speak to him quite a lot, man. He's a cracking guy, man. And this guy actually, like he want, because he is a cracking guy, he understands that his fucking hat. This is a forum for people that have different points of view, and look, smoking hash, weed ain't big, it ain't clever, but you know what? It don't make you the best. Do you know what? Each to their own. Some people have fun, some people whitey, some people... Do you know what I mean? Each to their own. Every country has a different experience on it. But why are there so many people militarily fucking running about want to condemn people for having weed? Do you know what I mean?
Because of things like that picture that I put on Facebook the other day, which said it was
Paris with the Queen's tits.
No, it was one that was released by some fundamentalist Christians in America that said, well, it's got a picture of a young man with his head in his hands, and it says, "I tried pot once, and now I'm gay."
Is that why, Nick? Is that why you were flirting me? Is that why you were flirting?
That's exactly why, mate. I smoke far too much cannabis to not fancy you, mate.
Oh, yeah. Cookie. Nick was flirting with me openly flirting with me, and he's another male. I'm fucking offended.
So just insist that he buys the lube. You'll be alright.
Buy the lube, mate. I've got nasal.
No, before we get.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, let's not get any further down there before everybody just.
I want.
Nick made our stomachs turning at saying something.
I want to bring in the point that, from my own personal experience, I'm a long time smoker. I've been utilising cannabis on and off over many, many years, and this is why I'll quite happily argue with people who claim that it's addictive and shit like that. It's not. I can stop and start it whenever I want, and I've spent years without touching it, and then I'll go back and use it again and stuff like that.
I would argue and say it's not addictive for you, mate. It's addictive for some people.
It is not physically addictive.
Yeah, it's not physically addictive. That's not the word to be used.
Psychologically addictive.
It is addictive to some people.
It's psychologically addictive, and anything can be psychologically addictive. Hamburgers can be psychologically addictive, right? So the argument there is not that the substance itself is the problem. It's not. It's the situation that people that are in, that they feel a need to have a kind of crutch effect utilising something like that. But my point is sort of related to that. My point was that I find over the many years that I've been utilising it myself, and I've interacted with other people that are utilising it, plus possibly other substances, plus the standards like alcohol, stoners are in general the nicest people you'll meet. They're more balanced, they're more open, they're more creative, they're more willing to interact with you on an honest and level playing field. Whereas, and I've worked as a bouncer on the doors of pubs and clubs, where is it that you see the most violence, the most aggression, the most just nastiness to each other? Is when people are saturated with alcohol. So if you said to me, like, you know, each to his own, yeah, fair enough. It's like, I would personally prefer it if people smoked a joint rather than drank alcohol. But I'm not going to enforce that onto them. But to me, you will end up with nicer people. And I know for some people, as I said earlier, cannabis doesn't work. It agitates them. It's not good for them to use it, which is fair enough. But those people are few and far between. The vast majority of people who utilise cannabis are usually, as I say, much more mellow people. You'd have a much nicer societal environment if people did have access to it, if they wanted to use it. You know, don't fall into the bullshit trap of thinking that just because you're a stoner, that means you're a dead end. That's, again, the system telling you not to do something and using social pejoratives to control your mind and steer you in the direction they want you to go. They need good, productive workers, not people who sit at home smoking a bit of weed and saying, I don't like what you're doing here, police officer, I disagree, I don't want to take part. They don't want you doing that, because that disenables their system.
Cookie, I agree with you 1,000,000%, but I would also just like to add just this one wee snippet, and then I'll let Nick get in before
Before I get really aggressive,
before he starts bullying me. But no, Cookie, I agree with you 1,000,000%, but I would also like to add that I forgot exactly what I was going to say, so I'm going for you, Nick.
Ratio Perfect in the chat room has just stated that he thinks that alcohol just makes people aggressive. I think it makes some people aggressive, or I think it paves the way for some people to be aggressive, but I think there are underlying factors before the alcohol is poured upon it. And you know, I mean, personally myself, I don't find I get myself in any kind of aggressive mindset by drinking alcohol, and I drink alcohol every day without fail. Or, well, when I say every day without fail, sometimes I can't afford to. But no, I'm not having the just makes people aggressive.
No, I wasn't trying to stereotype. So, you know,
absolutely
I know
medicinal jam.
Yeah, I know that it doesn't affect everybody in that way. It's just in terms of the majorities, that's usually what happens with the majority of people. And for me, it comes back to that. Alcohol reduces your inhibition. Yeah, that's primarily what it does.
It just paves the way. It just simply paves the way for the aggression. The aggression's already there.
It stunts the reining in effect of your cognitive processes. So when you're in a situation where your intuitive sparking mind says, do this, your normal process, your sober process would be to consider what will happen if I do this, what will be the repercussions, and then you decide whether you're going to take the action or not. Whereas when you're drunk, you think, pull a dress up, and you just do it. And then before you know it, you're getting battered by the bouncers and dragged out the club or something. Do you see what I mean? It's just purely that stunting of your inhibitions that causes the problems.
I think a lot of people might get hot with the Rain Man effect as well, in the sense that not pointing any elbows, but people that took psychedelics and stuff, me included, I'm talking about myself, when you might participate in that recreational pursuit, sometimes you feel that you come to an epiphany. You sort of feel that you understand the universe at some point, and that tends to be along the lines of like fucking. Do you know what I mean? Though, so sometimes when you are participating in psychedelics, you do at a certain point come to a what's the word? A realization. A revelation at some point, and again, I've had another brain fart, so.
So it wasn't quite a revelation for you then.
it was so revelational.
It was close. It was close. It was going reach.
It was such a revelation. I can't even remember
it. Again, I'd say the usual, like I usually say with this kind of sort. Again, they are tools. They are not the answer. They are not the only way to approach that kind of concept or meditation or frame of mind or whatever. Yeah, there are various ways you can do it, which includes being completely sober and, you know, doing it from the kind of meditation point of view. Yeah, there's many ways to get to that point, but there is, for those people who have never experienced psychedelics, there is an immense, vast gap of difference between the two. Having done both, for me, I equate trying to approach it from a meditation fashion is using stabilizers on your push bike when you're learning to ride. Yeah. Whereas taking a psychoactive drug is like you just get on the bike and somebody pushes you down the road and you see what happens.
I
You know,
don't think
you can.
I don't think you can stand in any position and comment. And this sounds dead elitist and arrogant, but it's very hard to accept a point of view for somebody mentally, like, if they haven't took psychedelics, because you're like, well, you haven't tripped out your box, man. Do you know what I mean? You haven't been in that position where you, like, see if you haven't had a bad trip. I mean, am I wrong in saying that everybody here has had a bad trip at some point?
Mhm.
I think
Well,
every
you're not
time
wrong, yeah.
every time I trip, there must be a moment or two where I'm thinking, "Oh fuck, I shouldn't have done
Yeah,
that." But I've
you
never
get
had one where
the dreads. You get the dreads. Oh my god, the worst
Wait, when
thing
the
in the
giraffe
world.
pops up again.
Oh my
He escaped his
god!
pouch again. Ah.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're going to know that I wanked when I was 12 in the swimming baths. Oh no!
That's what I mean about, no stabilizers on the bike.
Nah,
You are put into this experience, and the experience is going to be what it's going to be. So if you, this is why I often tell people, like, if you're going to do something like this, make sure you're in a nice, comfortable environment where you feel safe and secure. Don't go to, like Bill Hicks said, don't go to a theme park and take drugs and then think you're going to have a great time, because you're probably not. You're probably going to scare the living shit out yourself and probably do yourself some kind of damage.
That's why I'm in such a good place right now. It's like I could handle any psychological torture because I've never been so grounded in my life. I mean, like, it's kind of weird to be in that position when you're not used to it, but like I am psychologically grounded in my life, if that makes sense. And uh, like, that's why I would encourage that sort of an experiment within people, because if you're in the right place, it can be very beneficial to your overall fucking human experience, I reckon.
Yeah, and for those people that are more materialistically inclined, there is now a growing body of scientific evidence that shows it can be extremely helpful for people who have psychological problems, mental problems. It's more and more being looked at to be, and I'm referencing things like DMT, ayahuasca, as well as psilocybin and stuff like ecstasy as well. MDMA
Have you
has
tried
also been looked at.
DMT?
Yes, well, I have in ayahuasca. I've not tried it on its own. To be honest, I'm not that bothered about trying it on its own. From everything I've read about it and looked at, it's too
what's the difference,
quick.
Cookie? What's the difference, Cookie? I've only heard of DMT, and I'll tell you exactly, and you'll understand the Adam Kokesh bracket. So that's what I know about DMT.
Well,
So,
it's the more refined version of the actual chemicals that are involved in ayahuasca, in the sense of the primary psychoactive chemicals that are giving the effect that you're after, and that relates I cannot remember the proper name that DMT stands for. Dimethyl tetragrammaton. Yeah. But it's the same chemicals that are secreted in your brain when you're asleep. Well, all the time basically, but predominantly when you're asleep is the main time that it comes into your system. And it seems to be, from all the scientific evidence behind it. I mean, look up DMT, the spirit molecule, I think, is the little video, the documentary, and the book and whatever. It looks like it's the chemical.
By the way.
Thank you. It looks to be the chemical that sort of enables your mind to operate in a timeless environment, a timeless and non-physical environment. So in other words, like your dream state, it puts your brain, your experience, your senses, your perception into a dream state environment. So it's naturally part of your biology. Sorry, say again.
Have you ever looked into kratom? Is it kraton? Some people call it kraton. Some people call it kraton.
It's a new one
I
on
don't
me.
know. No, I don't know.
You can buy it. It's legal everywhere apart from Thailand. It's
I'd
maybe.
be quite careful with some of these new legal highs. A lot of them are basically
No,
just
no, this isn't.
shit.
This isn't new, my friend. This is fucking centuries old, man.
Like I said, it's not one I can think of, so I don't know about it. You know.
I'm gonna hold on. I'll show you on eBay and then.
Well, whilst you're having a look for that, mate, can we just pop back down into the chat room, because Ratio Perfect's just asked Cookie a question. What was your experience like on DMT, Cookie? Not sure if you want to answer that one or how in depth you want to go into it, but I always like to hear it. I know it's something you definitely won't want to.
Yeah, it is a bit long-winded, but try and sort of be shortish about it. I haven't tried DMT itself. As I was saying earlier, when I looked into the difference between the two and the way it affects you, for me, DMT it's too much of a fast rush. It's usually quite a short experience, only lasts 15, 20 minutes, something like that, and then you're back to normal again. And for me, that's not the kind of way or path that I'm looking for when I utilise this kind of substance. So I gravitated towards ayahuasca because all the stuff I learnt about that was saying that it will last for a certain number of hours. Before that experience, I'm a long-time user of psilocybin mushrooms, commonly known as Liberty Caps or magic mushrooms. To me, the ayahuasca experience was more akin to that. It's an experience where you get the time to be able to do some exploration and to do some self-questioning or personal questioning, whatever. That's up to you what you choose to go into it with. For me, I was looking for relevance to a lot of my own personal core principles and concepts in relation to what is the everything, what is the existence. So I went into it with very much a almost completely blank slate. I wasn't asking any particular questions. I just wanted to see the environment. I wanted to experience that environment and what it is that everybody's talking about with ayahuasca and whatever. What I got out of it was pretty much that. I had an experience that it wasn't the kind of cascade of hallucinations that people report with purely DMT, but it was most definitely very much like being able to step into and out of a dream environment. When I opened my eyes, I could see the world around me, and yes, I got a little bit of the kind of moving wallpaper effect, same as you do with the use of psilocybin, and I did see a few things here and there that had kind of an amorphous animalistic or totemistic nature to them. Again, there's the shamanistic aspect to it. But when I shut my eyes, I was in a completely different place. It opened for me a completely vast vista environment that I could wander around. And as far as I was concerned at that time, I could have wandered around in forever and have not found the edges of it. It was like looking out at the infinite universe that we see in reality. And in that environment, I was presented with a feminine entity that for me came across very much as the like archetypal mother figure. It was absolutely the archetypal mother figure. I didn't have any question of that at all.
Nick, he had a wet dream.
I fell straight into the Oedipus trap. It came across very much as this motherly figure who was just perfectly happy for me to be there, but didn't need to interact with me. It was as if you were out in the garden, when you were a little kid, you were out in the garden playing, and your mum would sort of come and look out the kitchen window and make sure you're all right, you're still there, yeah, okay, and she'd carry on about doing what she was doing. And it was that kind of connection. It was like, oh, wow, I've got this whole garden to play in, and mum's right there, that's cool. And that's how it made me feel. And there was other stuff to that, which as Nick sort of alluded to, those experiences will almost always give you very, very personally relevant stuff. So the stuff that I won't talk about because it was for me totally personally, I don't need to talk about them. If you do that, if you go through that kind of experience, you'll straight away know what I mean in that respect. There's things that you will just go, oh, right, okay, I'll go away and think about that for a bit. So that is, to me, the process. Again, I reference shamanism. That is the process of what this tool enables us to experience. It's not the answer. It's not you go into a trance and meet God and stuff like that. You may be presented with those kind of concepts and possibilities, but it's not some kind of magic key like people think it is. It's not an answer everything pill. It's a way of having an experience that will give you relevance and context and questions, more questions, that will help you work through your own self, if that makes sense. So,
I think the experience of anything is very, well, almost all the time or almost every time different to what you're gonna be expecting it to be. I don't know if that's sort of what you mean, Cookie, on that score. It's like
it's relative.
The build up, the build up to say like a good night out is like, sometimes if you've been planning a good night out for so long, and it never lives
great
up to
conversation.
Yeah.
A great conversation can be that as well.
Yeah.
Can give you the same kind of insights and questions and stuff like that. Yeah. This is like having a conversation with yourself and the everything at the same time. That's how it felt for me. It was like it's all there for you. You can go and look at whatever you want to. You can ask whatever you want to. It's all there if you want to look. Go for it. As I say, I sort of went into it with that kind of open aspects. That was what I was after. I wanted to just be able to explore. I didn't want to, like a lot of people, go into that experience with very defined questions that they want to know. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to let it just do its thing. I say it's subjective and it's relative, but at the same time, and this is one of the most, for me anyway, one of the most fascinating thing about the use of such substances, is there are certain things that occur repeatedly across multiple people. Different people have the same kind of experiences, or see the same kind of archetypes, or see the same kind of symbolism in their hallucination. Loads of stuff that connects this together, that for me, again, from that shamanistic perspective, adds an extra level of confidence in the fact that these natural things are here for us to utilise in this fashion.
Do you naturally consume that? Oh shit!
So, say again. Yeah?
I'm just noticing I'm going to have stupid things coming in my head. But Cookie, do you naturally do you naturally seek out a fucking like a trip every now and again, mate?
Yes. Every year, preferably at least once a year.
And would your preference be from a fungus, or would it be from a tab?
It would more be from the actual fungus itself, from the mushroom. So I'm not that keen on tabs. It's something I've done in the past, yes, but it's not the same experience for me. I've learned the difference between the two.
Would you agree that the buzz you get from, like, I'm talking about this guy Big Joe that I know. Apparently he's done this stuff, but he personally, when he done it, he found mushrooms a bit more intense, man. I mean, like it really, like.
It depends.
He obviously didn't have any decent acid then.
No. Well, this guy Big Joe that I know, he took a lot of mushrooms when he was younger. A lot of mushrooms when he was younger. So, like, you've obviously got the built-in aspect of insecurity as a young teenager, right? which adds to. But in essence, you've got somebody having a trip, and back then there was lots of us. There was lots of Big Joe's pals who were all sitting round just having real intense trips at the time. Do you know what I mean? It was...
It is a bit variable.
Just a quick welcome to Wonka Vision, who seems to have just joined the chat room. Welcome, mate. Hello.
Shit, mate, I keep meaning...
When we say we don't do it regularly, this is the first time us three have sat in and done this together as just us three. Although we've all sort of done hangouts elsewhere at other times.
I want to... I need to actually... I need to actually look cool with my haircut. Check this shit out, man. Hold on. Hold on. How do I get my haircut? Anyway, sorry. TAB, that's a Scottish dude, man. He's brilliant. And Pallister as well, man. The people in the chat room. I speak to Pallister all the time, man. This dude knows his stuff inside. Militarily knows his stuff inside out. What's going on inside Syria? Amazing information, man. And by all means, he seems like a pretty cool guy as well, man. And fucking check my haircut out, man. You see the big bumblebee bouncing in every now and again. Sorry, man. I just had to. And that pair of legs in the chat room.
I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah. I seen you. No, there's a nice pair of legs in the chat room.
Okay, I'll believe you.
I'm not sure I can see any legs in the chat room.
I think he's referring to Jam Noise's little...
aye, it's all becoming clear now, isn't it? Aye.
Yeah, I know what you mean, the icon.
You protest too much. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I never know what you're talking about.
You're more than welcome, Tab, by the way. Is it Tabi? How do you pronounce your handle? Is it
TAB?
Tabi, Tab? Either way, you're more than welcome. We've enjoyed doing it as well. It's been good fun.
Just catching up on the chat. Yeah, I was the same. I agree with that. I found acid tabs were a harsher experience. If you get a decent batch of mushrooms, it's a much softer experience. You can get the roller coaster effects more with mushrooms, simply because of the way they sit in your stomach, but once you get over that point, you'll get a much softer experience.
Cookie, can I also suggest that maybe a lot of well, I'll tell you what I think. I think mushrooms are a lot more heavier and harder to deal with than acid tabs, because my mate Big Joe told me. But what? No, but no. But, like,
does he work in the chip shop?
He works in the mushroom shop, Big Joe. He does. But like, no, but like, what was I going to say? Like, in Big Joe's experience, mushrooms have always been more intense, man. I mean, like, mushrooms have always been more intense. Say, for instance, he was a young teenager and he was taking too many mushrooms and you weren't sure how many you were taking. You would end up freaking out quite easy because you weren't sure how... Big Joe wasn't sure how many mushrooms he was taking.
That's why you should learn to respect what you're doing and do it in a sensible way.
But Big Joe didn't know respect.
Yeah, it's fairly easy to go online and find out information about what's a good average dose. So you work with that and you like I said earlier, get yourself in an environment where you feel comfortable and safe. You got everything you need. You got access to water and a bit of food and something to entertain yourself with, like some music or some visuals or whatever. And you sit and you enjoy the experience because you don't feel under threat. You don't feel stressed. Whereas if you're in your local pub or club and you're there necking one after another and another and another until you've got no idea what kind of dose you've taken or anything like that, no, you're disrespecting yourself. You're spoiling the experience for yourself.
Are they disrespecting herself before they wreck herself?
Yeah.
No, but oh, fucking damn right, man. That's not good.
I found in general, like with something like acid, you might, and I've done some fairly strong acid, you might get better visual effects. So, for example, your hallucinations, your sparkly lights and stuff like that will be much stronger and much better. So it's a good, and this is why it became such a party drug, because it is a good party drug. But
if you're in the right frame of mind, it's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, to me, the experience that really is what the psychedelics are all about is not something that you really party with. Not in that kind of fashion. Yeah, you can enjoy the experience and yeah, get up and dance if you want to and stuff like that. Yes, but just like another drug to be partied with. Like you go out and get pissed and at the same time you nick a load of acid just because. There's no way to approach this thing at all. And I'm saying that from experience.
I like to differentiate between the two and keep them completely separate. Acid and mushrooms for me, I take the approach that you were talking about there, Cookie, with mushrooms, but like acid for me is just fun. You know, that's just how it works for me.
Acid you can take and go to your bed later on. Mushrooms you might need to stay up during the night. But
I don't know.
But I think it's really, I think a lot of it really does boil down to how mentally secure you are with yourself at the time.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, it really does, because like, if you're not mentally secure with yourself, do not take acid.
Again, this is why
it's a good idea.
This is why the use of psychoactives are being approached for the use of helping people with mental problems. Because if you utilise this kind of experience in a safe and secure environment, then you can actually work